Alright, so we're going to be picking back up where we left off with oxygen not included. And for those who just popped in, I do it that way because I'm recording for putting on YouTube for the VODs and all that, so that's what's going on. So the problem we have going on right now is we have our main colony here. Got my ridiculous storage, I've got the cooling area up here. I've got two volcanoes tamed. I'm working on getting the other one. It's just been deprioritized because I've had way more urgent things going on. We've got our base where oxygen is finally stabilized. Now we've got petroleum coming in here again. But we are working on cleaning up. It's gotten too cold in here again, so I need to fix that. Basically, the issue I've got going on here is I keep accidentally making this too cold. So this is solid oxygen. I've turned oxygen into a solid block of frozen oxygen. But what I am doing is I'm making liquid oxygen to pump it into these reservoirs. And then the idea is I can dump it in here. But I'm pumping in polluted oxygen and I'm pumping out clean oxygen. So it's a method of cleaning all my polluted oxygen. Mineral control equal better? Yep. I mean, no one needs the 56 cents. Oh, yeah. Now, that's the thing. People are like, do you run ads for revenue? It's like, no. No, man. That's like, hey, do you want to piss everyone off? I'll throw a fistful of quarters at you. No. No, I don't. I don't want your quarters. Please. So I've got that going on. So this is the latest thing that we're trying to still stabilize this. It's got a couple little pain points in it, but we're getting there. Otherwise, this one's mostly going okay. The big issues we have with this one right now is it's dependent on the petroleum from the second one. And the second one has heckin' problems. If we put up the heat map, this shouldn't be red. That's pretty much the big thing that's going on. So you look at all these plants I need to survive. They're all the sad because it's too hot. And they're sad because it's too hot because I'm pumping super hot petroleum right through the middle of my base. So we are working on fixing that. I do have a thing I'm hoping will fix it right here, is that I'm pumping cooler petroleum through the middle of the area to try and bring the temperature back down. I may actually want to make that radiant pipe. Let's do that. I've been hesitant to do that. We'll just make this one spot radiant pipe. So I'm doing that to try and bring the temperature back down. But yeah, it's this line of super duper hot petroleum is the problem. Like they're saying anyone have any spare bits is less annoying and more rewarding than running ads. Yep. But yeah, so that's a big problem. Everything else here is going pretty good. I've got a cooling area down here. We've got our oil coming in. Most of this stuff's fine. The air pressure's a little high, but it's just the heat issue is killing us here. Do I have any animals I can eat? I don't want to wipe out the slicksters. I've already killed several of them. Who's starving? Oh, that's not even this colony. Yeah, this one, weirdly, I haven't changed anything, but is starting to run into food problems. We have a little bit of an air pressure problem, which I'm fixing by making this have better throughput. But yeah, that should get better. Okay. But yeah, so we got all that going on. So the big thing, why not just relocate your piping? Well, that's the things I've been doing is we did adjust. I had a very hot water line going through here. That's now been rerouted over here to go along the side. So I am working on that. It just had to cut through all this abyssal light. And that's not a problem, except I need to insulate the abyssal light again, or insulate the area again so that we're not getting all that heat through there. So it is a thing. Like, I am putting a lot of corrective stuff in place. It just hasn't really made a difference yet. Because I'm also trying to not accidentally like whiplash it the other way, where I go from everything too hot to I am bringing my super duper cold air directly through, and then immediately swing it the other way where it's too cold and all the plants are dying. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that was my original concern. Because if you don't see here, this was at about negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but I am using so much radiant pipe now to try and get the super cold petroleum that I had going through here to do everything I can to help warm up this area and cool down all that area, that it's not keeping as cold as it could be. But that's fine. A more balanced temperature is easier to deal with anyways. Alright, so it should be coming down fairly rapidly now. And once I get this radiant pipe here, it'll be even faster. But yeah, and if you look at almost all my places, you're going to see vents and pipes are total spaghetti. And that's because, like, I'm not an expert in this game in any stretch of the imagination. I played to way late game a long, long time ago before Spaced Out was a thing. But I've only touched it briefly a couple times since then. So I don't remember half the tricks and tips. And so as such, you know, I have all these, like, little pain points I'm creating, and then, you know, having to correct and change and alter and all that stuff. I want this to be fixed. Yeah, cancel deconstruct so you can get rid of all that. Yeah, because I want to get all that going. Alright. And so we are almost getting to the point that I might have to get another oil well on the procedure. Okay, so temperature's coming down now that we are starting to get some of these pipes. Yeah, some of these are getting back down to the growing temperature, so that's good. That should start fixing our problem here. These ones are still way too hot. But I believe with these being between the source of the heat for the most part, other than this over there, it should help. Alright, why are you dealing with the starvation? Your air pressure keeps getting worse and worse. Because this is max air pressure. Alright, this is going to cause heat problems for you in no time, but we're just going to deal. Get rid of the insulated tile, make it airflow, so we can get the air up here better. We will mine that out. Don't remember what all that will fall and what won't, so I'll mine that out. Yeah, the granite will stay there, so we can afford to get that out of the way. That spot's fine, that spot's fine. I don't remember if salt falls or not. Let's see if we can find a salt block that's in the air. If we can, we'll just leave it. Salt, yep, it stays. Okay. Alright. Stella says, not remembering tips and tricks can be a pain. I forgot the old ones managing volcanoes to convert heat into energy. Yeah. Alright. So now what I need to do, because I can't reach this one, so I'm just trying to open this up as much as possible. Because in doing so, it's going to continue to let more and more get up here. Alright, so... Alright. So Camille... Oh, wait, you can't go. I forgot. This doesn't have teleporter. Yeah, so it should be... This should be fine. It's bringing the temperature down. Yeah, so it's 99%. So they should start recovering their food. Damaged overheating. Alright. I just didn't have the temperature sensor sensitive enough. That's fine. So this should help with the air pressure, which should help with this. Auto-harvest that. Auto-harvest this. Those probably won't grow, but we'll auto-harvest all of these things. Because they had pips planting stuff all over here before. And I think then they got too hot and died. That's one reason I'm deliberately not digging up the sand, is I'm trying really hard to keep as much sand around so that the pips, when I get some pips back here, they can plant a bunch more stuff. Give me plants that aren't nearly as much of a pain. Alright. I'll need to go down there sooner or later. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so we got all the airflow tiles over here. We got those over there. So the airflow should be much better up here. Where are you pumping all that gas, by the way? So you pump it down there, the hydrogen keeps going, and then the oxygen release over here. Right. It's not great, but we can improve. Oh, here's one thing we can do to help. Turn that there as well. And I got all the oxyfern that the pips put down here. They don't give us much oxygen, but it is some, and it doesn't cost me anything. I can just leave them there forever, just doing their thing. It absorbs a tiny bit of CO2 and gives me a slightly larger amount of oxygen. But I really need the air pressure to pick up here. It seems weird that it's struggling so much. Let's put an airflow tile here. And there. Basically just trying to open as much vertical airflow as we possibly can without getting the negative effects of having it like in the bedrooms and all that. And then this used to not be part. You can see where this was the airlock, like a very simple airlock. But later on, I just had tons of materials. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna block it from here. Unreachable food 2. I wish it would show me where the unreachable food is. Are there any critters we can kill over here? No. We're probably going to take a death here from starvation pretty soon. I don't really have a good way of fixing this. I can slightly improve our situation here. Like, this is far from what I want it to actually be. Let's see, roast. Oh, sure. Hey, Rual, I have to pay $16 and some change. Do you think $21 is a good amount to give a driver both payment for pizza and the tax plus driver tip? I don't know off the top of my head. A lot of places around where I'm at just started including like the driver's fee / tip, like just as part of it. Which, you know, honestly, I appreciate instead of having the thing where it's like, what should I tip them, that kind of thing. Because, like, I personally don't like the whole tipping thing. I wish it was just they would get paid. $5. So that's the kind of thing with, like, delivery with that kind of thing, is you don't go by the percentage. Because, for example, if you get, like, $5 of food, paying a person a $1 tip for driving there is really bad. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't end up, because when I'm ordering food, it's like I'm ordering, like, pizzas or whatever, I don't usually end up that low. So, and it's not me being like, aha, look at me spending the money, it's like, so I don't know if $5 seems good. Pay at least a tank of gas. Well, I mean, if it's $16 of food and you're paying, or a gallon of gas. Okay, a gallon of gas. Yeah, at least a gallon of gas I can get on board with that. The 16 and some change is the payment and tax. Yeah. Yeah, I think five's fine. I think that's reasonable. I don't think someone would be upset with you for paying that much. Is the way I would say that. At least, and that's me not having been a delivery driver or anything like that. I'm definitely the team of just pay them a real wage already. Yeah, it's like, well, because it feels like such a cop-out from the businesses. It's like, okay, you did a good job. Maybe or maybe not the customer will pay you. I don't know. Maybe you should convince them to. It's like, or, hear me out, business, you should just have to pay it. I, as the customer, am going to have to pay that money anyways. What the heck does it matter with me if you put it as a line item tip or a line item of just part of the food price? It's still going to cost me the same. So just make it part of the price. Don't make me have to sit there and do a bunch of math that, you know, it's the thing. And I know people make their, it's like, but then you'll get worse customer service. Like, man, no, because half the time you do a really good job and really good customer service, And that's the person who stiffs you on the tip at the thing. Like doesn't even say like the business bad. They just walk out without paying the tip, and you're just like, you know what? Forget you. All right, so that should be enough oil sitting in there to keep those. Yeah, I do not disagree. I'm usually tip $10 when I get something that's like $50. They also don't drive far to my place business. Yeah, late stage capitalism. It gets worse. It's already. Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree. We're not going to dig into that too much because, you know, politics and all that. But yeah, I am definitely for someone, a fair day's work should be a fair day's pay. I also am someone who believes that, like, we should also take care of people who... Farm plot is inappropriate. Oh, inoperable, because it needs to have a pipe going through it. But I don't really want to run it, but I'm going to. Yeah, it can go... It can tips up fast. Oh, yeah. It's always like a catch that, like, you don't want to... Like, you want to make sure you're being supportive and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, there's a certain amount of that you do have to cover. At the same time, you also don't want to, like, dig into politics because no matter what, like, it doesn't matter what stance you do on something, you're going to upset people. Which, like, I don't even necessarily have a problem with that. Like, if the upset that people get is because they're being kind of, you know, honestly, like, crappy people, like, I don't mind upsetting people who say awful things. But it's one of those things you don't go out of your way to pause that kind of stuff. Alright. Which suddenly reminds me is there were some terms I was going to add to my auto mod that I had to deal with the other day. And I'm going to do that now before I forget. Moderation. Banned word list. Edit word list. There you are. Okay, that's one. And I'm not going to say what they are, because that's not the point. Because I'm entirely on board with just immediately having stuff that is only used for negative purposes immediately auto mod, so I never have to deal with it. I also keep my auto mod at the point that if it is a term that is used deliberately for negative purposes quite often, I would rather auto mod catch it and be like, oh, that was, you know, friendly fire. We shouldn't, like, we're not trying to auto mod that. I would rather have to do that than for whatever the harmful, awful, toxic take that someone puts out there, you know, to slip past and then deal with it. So you're just creeping on the too hot side of thing. Why are you too hot over here? Oh, you are heckin' hot down here. Automos always be shutting me down. Yeah, like there's definitely things that so I could put a solar panel up here. This wouldn't be a bad place for a solar panel, honestly. Because the only meteors we get is oxalite, which doesn't seem to do any meaningful damage. That would be good, honestly, because if I hooked that up, it means I could potentially lean less on the wood. And the wood creates a lot of heat and all that. Ooh. I don't have enough metal, though, yet. Let's see if I've gotten some other type of metal. Oh, I've got some copper. Alright, so let's cancel this. And that. Oh, you're just saying you don't have enough for this? And that. Because that was, I'm trying to replace the wire with a higher wattage wire, because it is on that fence where I could overpower the wire. Alright, and that's out of material. Well, still hit and miss, but it's using machine learning. You can't expect too much. Well, right, that's the thing. Like, there's Automod doing the machine learning, and like I said, I would rather it err on the side that it says, "Hey, I don't think this is an appropriate thing," and I'd be like, "No, no, no, it's fine." Like, I'd rather it err on that side than on the other side that you get these posts of like people saying like incredibly awful things, and you're just like, okay, well now we have to address that in the situation where we have to be like, okay, well this thing has been said, it's out there, the harm has been done, and now we just try and deal with it from where we're at. Oh, right, the glass. I wanted to actually take that. I'd rather be like, haha, silly auto modding the silly things. I used to have, and I probably need to bring it back. I used to have in the about section like the list of like here's the channel rules. And one of the channel rules was don't test auto mod, because we had a number of times where something would get screened by automod that felt like really silly. It'd be like sword automod. You're like, what? And then people would be like, all right, let me figure out where the line is, where the automod triggers on that. I'm like, don't do that, because it just means you're going to get creeping more and more and more towards offensive until you just get there. It's like, it's a weird thing it did. We move on. It's amazing that you have a million things going on at one time and it can stay on top of it all. And you have 2 bases. I have 3 bases. And then arguably the inside of a spaceship as well. And yep, oh, it's getting too cold again. It's turning it into solid. Let's go ahead and tap it up a couple of points. Rual's ADHD intensifies. Uh-huh. Oh man, that's for anyone who hasn't seen the reveal for Starfield today, oh boy. I'm trying real hard to not get all hyped on it, because, that's where you end up getting really, really disappointed. But at the same time, oh boy, is it real hard to not hype on it. And I can't tell you the last time I hyped about a AAA game. I cannot tell you the last time I hyped about a AAA game. Oh boy. And I have ADHD. And I'm looking at that going, oh yes, please weaponize my ADHD against me. I am not going to get that main quest done for I can't tell you how long, because I'll turn and be like, oh, there's a weird animal. Let me go scan it. Oh, hey, that's a weird random place. Let me go there. What was I doing in the main quest? Who was this person? What is going on? Was I supposed to be someplace at some point in some time? Wait, did I get some weird alert on my HUD? Oh, let me go chase that instead. It is gonna be rough. Yeah, I would say Bethesda makes good aim. I know a lot of people have a whole basket of salt for Fallout 76. That said, my stance with Fallout 76 is I don't think it was a bad game. I think it was a bad Fallout game. Like, if they had just not branded it Fallout, I think it would not have met the flack. And I understand they have redeemed in a lot of ways. I don't know for personal, but I enjoyed what I got. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, there were decisions they made in monetization after the fact that I was not cool with. The stash limitations, just saying. But, the game itself, like, where people were just raging on it hard, I'm like, alright. Is it like an S-tier game? No. Is it an A-tier game? Still no. Is it a B-tier game? I think B would be fair. Like, I think B is fair. It was mostly functional when it released, and I mean, we're talking Bethesda here, so mostly functional is a pretty high bar to hit for Bethesda. And it makes me even more excited for the next Elder Scrolls. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of the games are like that. I feel like sometimes it's the customer's fault that they're disappointed. I think people overhype themselves. That's the reason why I specifically say I'm trying to not get hyped. Because the more and more you hype yourself, the more and more you're just guaranteeing you're going to be let down. So it is really good to be like, no, like, hey brain, I need you to take it down a notch. All right, so I want the water and air mesh tile. That way the liquid air can go through. Yeah, you keep setting the bar higher and higher until the bar is at such an unreasonable level that there's no way it could ever be met. And it isn't me being like, hey, look at people, being terrible about it. It's just one of those things that when they announce a game, it's like, this is a trailer. It's going to be showing the game at its absolute best that they hope it could be. Temperature's a problem now? No! I mean, that is fair, because it just did open that whole thing up to air. I don't really have a good way of fixing the temperature here in the main problem. Because the main problems I had with Fallout 76 is the fact that the community couldn't fix things with mods. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it wasn't without problems. It absolutely had a whole basket of problems. Like that is 100% fair to say it had problems. It was just where people were like absolutely raging on it and everything. It's like, all right, maybe that's a little over the top. Well, this sucks. How am I going to deal with the temperature here? Because the problem is they have all this stuff making heat, and that's the reason why the temperature's up here, is all that air was trapped up here. I opened it up, and it just, ploop, went up. All that hot oxygen. And I don't really have a way of cooling it, because that... Oh, and over here. This is another one. This one I need to, I need to deal with this. Because we opened this up down here when we had the pips, because I was hoping to plant more stuff down here. And they did plant some, but it wasn't ready. Yeah, so let's go here. I can't demolish that, can I? I can. So I can just put insulated blocks straight across here to at least limit some of this. The other thing I need to do is I need to lower the temperature as best we can. Let's go over here. So insulated tile. There. We're going to mine that out. I leave the sand because I want to plant in it. The abyssalite is already insulated enough. Alright, so disassemble this. But yeah, so it's all those things with the, with Starfield, I'm like, alright, don't hype on it too much. Because, we don't know if it's going to have microtransactions, we don't know all this stuff. So it could easily be, like, the most amazing game you've ever seen, and just immediately obliterated by being a microtransaction nightmare or something like that. So, like, rein it in a little. So I need a proper cooling. I don't think I have enough time or metal to set up an aqua tuner cycle, which is what I would like, which is the thing that's scary, is I don't really have a good way of creating... Let's see what we have for utilities. I mean, I could literally just go get... I could just go get ice and bring it up. It's kind of an interesting way to try and approach that. It's just chip in ice and drop it in there. Honestly, we could do that. Yeah, so liquefiable. So go ahead and ice and crushed ice and snow. And then we'll replace this here. And put a storage cabinet on top of it. Then you can put polluted ice and snow and all that. Alright. But see, you learned a long time ago to not jump in the hype train like games like with... Yeah, like that's another game that got a huge amount of flack was No Man's Sky. And this isn't me being like, haha, I knew No Man's Sky was good or anything. I hadn't seen any of the interviews or that. Like, No Man's Sky was a game I just wasn't paying attention to, and I showed up, I was like, oh, it's some new game that people are excited about. I'll go play the new game. And so I didn't know that there's the expansion of multiplayer and all these other things that were going on. And so as a result, what ended up happening was No Man's Sky came out. I was like, this is a perfectly fun game. And I was all confused by how pissed off so many people were. Which, granted, when I saw the Todd Howard interview, I was like, ah. Or not Todd Howard. Who was it that promised? Oh, it doesn't matter. Hello Games. But, like, I saw the interview, I'm like, oh, he overpromised a lot. So it's like, I understand why people are upset. But because I wasn't in on, like, the whole hype train going on with it, it's like I didn't even understand why people were so upset. Like, that's a dangerous going on there. Okay, so this one we're going to do liquefiable as well. But this one I want polluted ice. But it was very empty. Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, because I had like lower expectations, like, oh cool, I get to explore the universe. Like, I got all the achievements when it came out, like did the hardcore run to the center of the galaxy and all that. We're going to be starving multiple colonies. This is gonna be lovely. At least this is sorted for the time being. It's still getting the whole area sorted out. It's gonna take a while, and the temperature is coming down, which will help that. But at least that's starting to get good. But we're probably going to have a death here soon, because I don't have any animals I can kill for food. Like, you know, a temporary bump in food. But then the plan is what I'm thinking. Do that. 0 starving there. Steve has earned a skill point. I don't remember what you do, Steve. Oh, alright. You tidy. Harold has got a skill point. I'm just gonna honestly leave you alone for right now. Oh man, that temperature is scary. All right. Oh yeah, and that's that is one thing. Like, obviously, we can say all sorts of negatives about, you know, how the release of No Man's Sky was handled. Don't you trap yourself down here. I will be annoyed with you. Okay, good. Like, we definitely, there's lots of valid complaints about the release, but despite the fact that it got an absolutely appalling reviews at release, you know, they kept working on it and making it better and better. Well, one of them found something to eat. Oh, they got like a single unit of food here. Oh, we got our free oxygen delivery. Another good example is Final Fantasy XIV. No Man's Sky had a fantastic recovery. Very few games. Yeah, I've heard. Yep. So you died of starvation. I don't even think I have graves here. You've held up well here so far. All right. Well, we'll just go ahead and deal with this. Yeah, I think every colony I've lost in this game ever has always been to heat causing plants to not grow to cause starvation. All right. Yeah, this is just getting worse because, again, this stuff down here. If I could teleport them out, I would. Oh, do you know what the worst... No, you built the gate, so I could just teleport people in. Alright, that's fine. I was say, it's like, the worst thing is I'd have to get the rocket. Like, the rocket is not ready to go anywhere. I don't think the rocket can go anywhere. Yeah. Unreachable module. Alright. I mean, it's probably why they don't say called Dome Star or something like that. Dome Stars is so bad on release. They had to fix it and then re-release as Realm Reborn. Gotcha. Yeah, I had because I haven't been keeping up with the MMOs so much. That dupe almost 80 meteor. Surprisingly, I've never lost a dupe to a meteor. I keep expecting it. I don't know if they instantly die or they just get hurt real bad. So that's part of the reason I've been very careless with it. Is like, all right, well, sooner or later I want to figure it out. There's a good chance this colony is going to be shut down for a little bit. And I'll have to figure out what I can do about the temperature. Because the downside is I don't have the system doing that. You need oxygen. Here I have some solid oxygen to the face. Well, that's what this cabinet here is about, is we ship in oxalate here. And I had a cabinet for bleachstone over here in the past, and I haven't bothered. I got rid of it when I started... No, it's down here. I got rid of it as I started cutting this down. Yeah, so bear with me for just one moment. Okay, so the issue I'm running into here is I need to be able to cool off the area. Now, a thermal regulator can do that if I get to stand the heat. But realistically, to do that, I'm probably going to need it to be steel. And the same thing with a thermal aqua tuner. I would probably need steel to realistically do it. Gold would be okay, but it's usually on the fence of overheating. I'm actually surprised that just gold, not even processed, works. I can use the ice maker to make the ice in one place and ship it the other, then the E-fan to do that. The problem you run in with that is it's so incredibly laborious that it doesn't go there. And I don't have plastic here to make steam stuff. Because then I can potentially make something that makes a bunch of heat and use that to make steam. I might be able to make the aqua tuner work. Maybe. Or not the aqua tuner, sorry. I cannot make the aqua tuner. I might be able to make the other one work by bringing water into it, letting it kind of, heat up, and then cooling off the gas to, cool off this area. And then when, it turns into steam, just letting the steam out wherever. Wait, I thought it was going to be one of you two. Did you die over here? No, I still have 3 here. I have 2 here. Who died where? You have 7. Why do you have 7? You should have 6. I should not have clicked off of that. I don't actually know where the dupe died. We haven't built any of the graves. There should be 1 dead body already here. Did I have 4 people here? You know what? I may have had 4 people here. We've got 1 body there. We can kill and eat that. Where's the other... So Catalina? Didn't we have Camila? It was probably Camila. Yeah, it's Camila and Catalina both died. So that's both of them here. So I should still have 3 people here, which is all I've gotten. Interestingly enough, we get natural gas over here. Why do we have natural gas over there? As it goes into storage, and the storage is full. Is that looping back into itself? It shouldn't be. Okay, no, when it has extra, it takes it out and it dumps it into space. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So this is going mostly fine now. We still want this to cool off more, but it's getting there. All right, well, while we're on the quick ad break, my nose being a punk, let me deal with it. Alright, sorry about that. My nose is just being a punk. Alright, so we didn't have anyone new die here. Just running over the, like, specks of oxalite. I wonder if you put background with the oxalite, what would happen? Yeah, the temperature is getting worse and worse up here. Oh, right. We did this before and it was a mistake, because that was under a lot of air pressure. I remember that, and it immediately polluted the entire area like this. And it's hot air, so we actually made our problem way worse with that. Lovely. Honestly, if I just started carving through this hot area, I could potentially get down to this colder area and just put it to use. Because at least we have the carbon dioxide one down here that's fairly cold. That's what I was trying to do, is I was trying to start carving this path down here, so we can start bleeding off this kind of stuff. I think this part of the colony is basically dead. Yeah, what's the end game with this game? So there is, like, at the end of the game, you can, like, teleport out kind of thing. Like, you basically set up would be the start of the new one. But, like, we're in the, like, mid to late game of the game now. We're automating more and more, visiting multiple locations. Yeah, right now, honestly, with the way things have been going, we might have the colonies fail because I'm just having, like, all these little, like, one-off problems that keep escalating. Like, the food disaster we had going on here that has... It's not really recovered, but it's close. I wonder why... You were fine a moment ago. We're not getting much cooling out of here. Oh, we finally reached the point where this is basically... Alright, Dawnstar. Thank you for hanging out and tuning in and all that good stuff. Yeah, they're all gonna die from starvation because our heat is not managed. I don't have anything else I can eat here, nor do I have the materials I need to really properly fix the heat problem. So it is going to continue to escalate. And unfortunately, the rocket's there too. Can I get them on the rocket and get them out of here? I might be able to save one of them by getting them on the rocket and getting them the heck out. Because at least that'll spare me the rockets, so I'll be able to come back again later. Oh, I mean, you're done anyways. There's no farther research for you to do because we already explored everything around here, so we can just take that apart. Are you still solid? Alright, Alright, we need to tune these down more. Alright. Because our oxygen being pumped in is still turning solid because it's so efficient. It's still impressive that you made it to 1,000 cycles and start learning game mechanics. Yeah. The downside is, if this base goes down again, I depend on this this oil and petroleum on my main base now. If it goes away, my main base is going to go away. Man, I'm still surprised that this is not coming down more than it is. Like, this whole area up here is just super hot for some reason. Yeah, you're on ice, so I can't afford to... Oh, right, we had the one up here, too. Yeah, so it's bringing really hot water through there. So I need to go back over here and start importing water again. It's been a while since I've had to do that. The water storage is basically full. So all I have to do that is I go over here. And I've got this line. Someone died. That's right, Nicola. You were the first one here, and you're the last one here. Oh, wait, no, there is. That's right. I don't actually have to worry about that much, because I can just literally get more dupes through here. That said, what I might even do is I might not worry about trying to stabilize this. I don't have an immediate need for most of the stuff here. There's some radioactive materials. And that I can get gold here, which would be nice. But we might just try and set up on this planet. Try and get our observatory set up to look for the next planet. Because we look at the star map. So like I've got these two. So I could bust those down here. We don't know what's around it yet. I don't think we'll find much. And then we've got Vertibo there. I haven't even checked to see if I could just fly the rocket over and look. Just sitting there, it's like morning. Just sitting there, just getting a massage, trying to get through the day. Yeah, trying to do our best to cool things off. But we don't have what we need to do a prop. Like, what I would want to do to fix that is something like we've got down here. Like this cooling setup. But that requires an external power source. Oh, your petroleum is getting real low. Hang on. Why is your petroleum... Oh, you know what it was? The amount of petroleum we passed through. Yeah, I'm still surprised, because, like, the air in this room is actually getting relatively cool. So I'm surprised that's struggling over there. That's relatively hot over there as well. Alright. And are the slicksters recovering? A little bit. Alright. They're struggling to try and keep the air pressure from getting way too out of hand. Alright. Yeah, it's just... seems to be a problem there. Okay, sorry about that. Why did you take damage? Not heat. Okay, so it's starting to get hot enough up here that's turning that on and off. Which might be the problem we're running into. Part of it's this, this has been dormant for a while, and this puts out ridiculously cold carbon dioxide. Alright. So if I were to do the rocketry thing, where is it? The Meteor Blaster puts out a ridiculous amount of heat and does 16 tiles horizontal and vertical. Yeah, so it's got a very large range it covers, but I'll have to have heat management for it. You're just sitting on here forever. It's like you're just mourning. You're not gonna get over it. You're just gonna starve to death at that spot. Just like, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna get one last massage for as long as I possibly can milk it before I die. Okay. I think it's time to turn that system back on. It is going to add to our heat problems, but this reservoir is starting to fill up, and we put it off for a while. It just is what it is. I mean, the good news is the reservoir it's going in was honestly way hotter, so it will technically be bringing down the temperature quite a bit. Yeah, because I need them continuing to produce this petroleum. Because they don't, we're going to be in serious trouble. Also, almost time that I need to get a second oil well online. I really don't want to, because that's going to be a big chore. It's also going to be a big chore because I'm going to have to bring water to it. And I need to bring the oil into the rest. Well, actually, yeah, I forgot. The oil just dumps out. That's fine. But I'm going to have to bring water to it, and I believe power. Yep. Just one last massage before you go. In the meantime... Oh, it's a shame I didn't manage to get that solar power. If I could have gotten the solar power set up here before it's too late, that could have interesting implications by just keeping the base running with no one at the base. That'll still be a heat source. Yeah, if I can bring the rocket home, disassemble it, make a bigger rocket that yeah, you're not gonna bother taking the rocket. Where'd you go? After your massage, get one last shower. Hey, if you actually harvest that, you might live another day. Maybe. Buffet eggs. Guess to try and help with that polluted air a little bit. Alright. Yeah, because the water that comes out of this is 200 degrees, so that's real hot. That's 4,000 degrees. Those are somewhat terrifying. That's the first order of business on restoring this is just finding some way we can go about cooling the place off. Because right now I've got things that create heat, but no way to really dump heat. Like if I could get the materials for a steam thing, that could work. The other thing I'm thinking about is like literally just putting a little spot here that I put a bottom tile of water in, letting a thermal regulator run, and then whenever it, steams up, it just becomes steam, it goes up. I don't care what happens to it. I'm just a little bit worried though this doesn't give me because it's yeah, the overheat temperature is almost the exact temperature steam needs to be for it to be hot enough to do anything with. You should probably deal with the food there, buddy. I'm actually not worried about him dying at this point. I've kind of written this colony as being like, all right, I'll have to salvage it later. There he goes. I figured that was coming. All right, so right now I'm just gonna leave this doing its thing. It's fine. There's no one breathing the air. It's not leaking the air anywhere. So it should just run till the air reaches pressure and then not do anything. Oh, hey. I was not expecting a successful plan to get here. Sure. Cool. Oh, good. They're still working on this. And I've actually reached the point we can do something with it. Because I need to get out from underwater is the first thing, which is a big thing to accomplish, honestly. I've been tempted to see if I can't literally just find a way to boil it off to make it not pollute water. You know what? I said I needed to do it last time. We're just going to set up a filter. I'm just going to put a pump down here, just a singular pump. It's just going to separate it out into different water types and just put it where it needs to go. So let's see. Because there'll be brine, there'll be oil, there'll be polluted water, and there'll be regular water. Should be the things I run into in here. And the polluted water we can put up here. The brine we can put up there. The regular water we can put in the giant reservoir here. I don't know where we put the oil. Because like I don't have oil processing here, nor do I produce enough oil here to justify it. Like I've been putting the oil up here, honestly. That's one thing I could do. Stop using brine. Crude oil, enable building, enable auto bottle. Crude oil. We can put a little bit of oil here and here, because I was putting brine, but it's just so cold. Not that it matters this much. It's going to take forever for these steam turbines to start overheating. You're still too hot. Or sorry, still too cold. I'm getting no additional liquid oxygen because it's all piling up here in a solid. I'm also not seeing any polluted oxygen. Did we already empty our entire polluted oxygen reservoir? We did. Cool. And the natural gas is backed up because I'm not using nearly as much, but that's fine. Because that just means now I don't have nearly as high of a dependence on the natural gas. There's that. Well, actually, it looks like I'm getting most of the polluted oxygen out of here. It's like one of the things is I'm apparently just putting away my, like a lot of my liquid, like a lot of clean oxygen just in storage up here, which is fine. Because I'm trying to make all these pipes and all that cold enough that it won't become gaseous again in the pipe. Alright, so you can disable that building. I'll do the same here. Oh, it honestly might be cold enough here. It's gonna be cold enough here, it's gonna just freeze that oil. Because we ran into that before. And weirdly, even though that, again, is sitting submerged in oil that's getting hotter, it's not thawing, which is something surprising to me. And it might just be there's not enough of it. Or leave them all turned on. And that's because this room isn't getting hot enough to really run that steam engine enough. Eventually it'll start getting hot enough that'll be a problem. Which is why I'm trying to deal with it, but we're not there yet. Alright, so that gives me something to do with a little bit of oil. Alright. Do you have to build that still? Do I have a power cable anywhere nearby? Not really. I'm going to need power down here, so I'm going to be running it down here, which I'll be running it from up there. So let's go ahead and get the power cable here. I've got the most of iron. Yeah, it's fine. We'll get rid of that for now. And we can go ahead and add a pump down here. Wait, did I build the right cable? 1 second. I want just heavy. Yes, building the wrong cable. Alright, so I'm going to need a set of filters. So we're just going to go ahead and use these ones. So I need liquid filter. Here, we'll put... I'm trying to think. So the brine and the fresh water are going way up on the top left. Yeah, honestly, we could just bring them up here. So 1 filter, 2 filter, 3 filter for now. We'll just connect those to each other. And this will be where the main pipe is. And we will need to add a bridge there, and there, and here. And then we will need power, heavy, and I'm just using whatever material. I got a whole bunch of just sitting around. Connection there, connection there, connection there. Alright, so this one will be fresh water because it's the easiest one to get to fresh water. Yeah, I'll need ladders to get it over there. Let's add a bridge here to keep it going one way. Okay. Alright, so I need a ladder to get over to this, which is fine. I fully expect it's going to have to do that kind of thing. So put 1 ladder there, put 1 here, and I'll probably need some more along the way. Alright, so next up is the polluted water. I can bring the polluted water up here, which might not be the worst idea. Or I can put it up there. We're gonna bring it in here. We're gonna bring it into this reservoir. It should be fine. So let's go ahead and do this. Pipe for you. You'll be the polluted water. And the best way to get up here is not easy. That's an intake, so actually that's not that bad. So we can go over here. Need a bridge up there. That should take care of that. This is glass production right now, which we've been just hucking down here as well. I can just live with that being that way for a while, because the glass will almost immediately turn back into a solid. Okay. Now, before anything goes wrong here, we need to cut you and cut you. Is there one big gap in the petroleum? There is a gap in the petroleum. I think that'll settle down a little bit over time. If not, we can inject more in there as needed. Oh, our petroleum is gone, so our oxygen's going to start going here soon enough. Alright. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? And our petroleum is surprised. It's surprising that our petroleum's gone, because it should be producing it fast and it's getting used up. Oh, good. So that's all cool. Those temperatures are coming down. They got a long way to go. They got like 10 more degrees that has to come down. I'm doing pretty good. Trying to salvage colonies, because, like, for example, all of our colonists died in this one. Because temperature got too high and all the food's dying. That said, it's basically almost entirely offline now. Like, we do have a bunch of hydrogen in the system, so it's going to turn on and off. But the air pressure should be maxed out, so this should not run ever again. Or rather, neither of these should run, because there's no one breathing the air and all that. And then that system's... It's a shame I can't turn that off. That's all I'm going to say. Should have turned it off before the person died. It's fine. Okay. Alright, yeah, so we brought the temperature down that it's gone liquid again. Cool. Alright. Let's turn this one off for a while. Oh, you do have wall behind you. Okay. You can use those scissors to disconnect the power pipes. Yes. Thank you. I didn't... This is a new tool to me, because I guess it used to be a mod, and then they were just like, oh, let's just put it in there. Yeah, so let's go here to the cable, and just go sneep. Because there's no point in that running if it's not running anything to do. Oh, let's see. I like Oni, but man, does it make my brain hurt. I have a hard time figuring things out. Yeah, it can be. It's just one of those things that as you build more and more of a base, it goes. So I'm curious, though, if we leave this alone through, like, the temperature balancing, because a bunch of colder air up here, I wonder if it will recover enough that I can bring someone in without too much of a problem. Like, just let it recover. Bring them in, they can harvest some food, and then we start bringing it back online. Or if it'll equalize in a way that gets worse. Either way, I'm going to kind of leave it alone for right now. Okay. I should have honestly made it so this is basically a vacuum, like to not bother. Oh, you're considered being waterlogged. Hang on, let's deal with that. What do you got for me? I'm debating dropping her off over here. And just having her do what she can. She doesn't have hardly any food to work with. But maybe we just have her start, like, mining down to some of this colder area to try and get that going. I think we're going to do it. Even if it means we're going to have more and more dupes die over here. Alright, so let's go to your skills. So, alright. We'll start by having you have digging. That's going to be the most likely one that prevents you from just doing stuff. And I'm going to go schedule. Ellie is going to want to be asleep. Let's see. Let's make an actual, like, sleep during the day thing. Be awake at night. And that'll be Ellie's alone. Because she's a night owl. In priorities for Ellie. Alright. Actually, and for right now, for Ellie as well, we're going to add farming as a priority, even though she's bad at it. So if anything does become farmable, she'll at least have some source of food. Alright. Let's walk across the entire map. Mine's one block, and it runs back to get air. So I'd like her to get a little bit of food. Because my hope is some of these plants that are out here where it's not as hot, that she'll be able to start, like, sustaining herself on that. And like I said, my hope is kind of open this up and either bring ice from down here up here as a means of trying to cool this space off. Or, I don't know. We'll see what she can get accomplished. I actually don't have high expectations for her. Let's also go medicinal. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so you're still building that. And then the last one would be the brine. Now, the catch of the brine is I really only have one place good for the brine, and that's up here. I do have this. I'd probably want to, you know, if I could put it directly into the desalinization, that'd be good. It'd probably be easier to manage, too, because it's a less followed route. So for this one, we're going to start up where that is. So the brine is up here. So let's start by putting a bridge like that. And the reason I'm not joining it with that route there is because that's a heating loop that I don't want to mix stuff with. That's not the right way. That's not the right way. Of course you finished that first. That's on me. Alright. I was putting the bridges on the wrong way on the last two. The other ones are right. I'm gonna need a lot of ladders to help people reach that and all that. Okay, so bridge. You go this way, this way, this way, that way. Alright, so there's gonna be some things that they're not gonna be able to reach because they'll be too high up. Like they can probably reach all those. They can reach all the ones along this side. I think all of that will be fine. These ones over here are probably the problem. There, that should be plenty. Yeah, they can't reach those ones. Okay. And then that'll begin the slow process of pumping this entire giant reservoir of liquid up to wherever is appropriate to pump that entire jar, entire thing of liquid. And I want to probably get that closed off. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. We're just going to keep pumping this out. It'll be fine. It'll have all these. They'll sort out the liquid wherever it's got to go. Alright, how are you doing over here? Your food seems to be recovering by the fact that you have this and you have one less person. I don't really care about that right now. You're not getting nearly enough petroleum in here. Which I think is just because, yet again, temperatures. But we are starting to solve the temperatures up here. Like, this is still hanging about the same, but this is now managed. They're not mining any of this out. I'm gonna have to hook this up to another one. I was trying to avoid it, but I'm gonna have to get another oil reservoir going. So we will go here to... Was it refinement? There's the thing for making it. Plumbing. Utilities. Oil well. I'll go here with the water pipe. We'll put a bridge there and there. Now I can take the big fat heavy power cable. And then that'll solve that one. Except I don't have a person capable of super hard digging here because everyone died the last time. So let's see. Harold here is farming. We've been leaving that alone. And super duper hard digging. cool. Oh, good. And if you could just kill those hatchlings. Alright, so that should be able to get the second oil refinery online before our oil starts backing up. Why are you taking damage? That's a couple times I've gone over. It's not heat. Heat is fine. My guess is not hydrogen gas getting in there, but it shouldn't be possible. I'm pretty sure. Oh, because this isn't going through smoothly, when hydrogen hits here, it's going to kick the oxygen over. Okay, we should be able to get around this. We'll just go here. Gas vent. There we go. I'll need a bridge there. It'll back. That way it dumps it out here. Because, yeah, it's letting little bits of oxygen through. And that's because I'm using this kind of filter instead of, like, the normal filter. But for this filter doesn't work if it locks up. It'll let one tile through the wrong thing. It has to move smoothly. Why are you making a mess? Okay. That should avoid us having the hydrogen thing go. They'll also keep increasing the pressure down here, because it's a high pressure vent, which will prevent this running when I have extra oxygen. This can spread out fairly evenly. Should go back up here. It shouldn't result in the air pressure getting too high down here. The other thing that'll do is it'll help keep the natural gas from getting in, because the pressure will be high enough up here. We'll see. Let's go ahead and put an airflow tile there. And over here. I wonder if that'll help with temperature as well, because I'm pumping the warmer oxygen from up here down there directly to where I'm cooling, and then that should start spreading back up, which should, you know, the idea be take the hot air down, put it here, and like the air will cool and come back up kind of thing. Like it'd be slow, but I wonder if that will make a meaningful thing. It'll also mean this will run less, which means a source of heat that'll be less. Okay, now liquid shows up. Now, let's mop that up. And disable auto bottle. And turn that building back on. Okay. This area keeps getting, like, keeps genuinely cooling down around there. There's just so much of it, though, it's going to take a long time for it to do anything meaningful. I keep feeling like you need to put another airlock around here to try and keep all this carbon dioxide from spilling all the super hot air up. Why are you making messes? Oh, why is that offline? Okay. Oh, I pumped too much polluted water in. Alright, hang on. Turn this off. I overflowed my, polluted water reservoir. Because I wanted to bring more polluted water in because it was almost empty, but I filled up the whole thing. Whoops. It'll sort itself out. As soon as I stop putting more into it and it uses any at all, it'll be sorted. What are you doing wrong, Gore? You're just kind of standing around, man. Mm-hmm. I'm aware. Did you turn it off? Okay, you did turn it off. So it should happen. Oh, we're not using any at all. Wait a second. You haven't been turned on since, like, the beginning. I need you to be turned on for a minute. Because normally, what would happen is the plants here would use it, but they're too hot. I just need this to go for a couple of cycles. Like, it doesn't need to go super long. I just need to draw enough of the polluted water out of the line to allow the toilets to drain. Alright. And it's about to start freeing up the toilets. Okay, so the first sink... Alright, so the first toilet should be good now. And the other toilet should be good now. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact that because normally I'm sitting on so much polluted water that I need for these. It's not been a problem, but with the temperature being what it's been, this has been an issue. So I'm going to let that run for a little while. I don't have a whole lot of cleaning medium, but that's fine. And I don't think... Yeah, because this radiant pipe is basically room temperature here, so I can't actually... Like, if I brought it up here, it wouldn't do anything, because it just heat up. There wouldn't be enough temperature exchange to justify it. Alright. Go ahead and let that run. Okay. And if I need it again, I can just hook it back up. We want to turn it back on. Alright, so they're still building that. Petroleum just isn't happening nearly enough. And again, I think it's because it's being forcefully turned off due to the temperature. Because I have a safety here to keep the oil refinery from overheating. Because shocker, it's hot. So I think I genuinely just need to build a second one of these rooms. The problem is, how do I power it? If I get stuff up here, we can make stuff happen. Aluminum ore. Sure. And you had one person running around over here now? Yes, you do. She's got some food laying around. Where are you, by the way? You sleeping? No. Oh, you're digging that whole area out. That's fine. That is the plan, basically. I think the temperature's lowering up here. Okay. I wish we had more pips around so we could have them deal with this. And how are we doing here? Getting more oxygen in the reservoir. Getting trace amounts of polluted oxygen through the line. Alright. And food's doing perfectly fine on this one. Unreachable build. You're all unreachable build. Because we're not getting enough oxygen here. Because the natural gas is shut down up here. So you need to turn that back on. Alright. Let's see if I can't get rid of this tile and put a natural gas plant here. I meant to do it earlier, because we had a natural gas plant and I replaced it for the petroleum because the natural gas is being finicky. And now it's the other way around, so it's like, okay, well fine, we'll just use both. What tile's in the way? Oh, it'll be the bridge, I guess? Here, let's look at our pipes and clean this up. Alright, so these pipes aren't needed anymore. That pipe isn't needed anymore. Those pipes shouldn't be relevant. We'll go here and we'll put the mesh here. And the stairs there. So we can do about all that. Right, it has a CO2 pipe. That's right. Alright, so let's see if we can't add the natural gas there. There we go. So there's that. We can go here to power, conductive wire. Cool. And we can go here to vents. Deal with that in a moment. Alright, so that's a natural gas in. And I just want to circumvent that for the carbon dioxide out. That is the carbon dioxide out. Where are you going? What are you doing? What is this line that goes way up here? Why are... Oh, right, because I had a carbon dioxide engine up there. I was like, why is this not connected? What is happening right here? So we can go ahead and cancel that. We can go here, and honestly with that, we can cancel building this pipe. We can just... Not there. We can just cut this side of it. For the time being. I still want that there for filling the rocket up again if I ever get it home. And that should bring that online. Oh, you'll need an automation line. Don't want to forget that. That'll be a pain point. What are you doing? What's going on? Deconstruct all of that nonsense. Actually, cancel deconstructing those 3 tiles of it. Because then I could just go like this. Okay. Alright, I am going to have to get one of these other bases online for reliable source of metal, which is, I believe, the point of this one is you can get, you know, effectively infinite gold from that. That's an aluminum volcano as well. Those will be annoying to deal with. The danger is they're 4,000 degrees. So I have to figure that out because straight up steel isn't... Like, steel is on the fence of what it can handle with that. So those will be trickier to deal with. Doable. Alright, do you actually get down there, or are you running out of air and turning back before you get anywhere? Okay, so you are getting a tile knocked out. Nothing meaningful, but something. Oh, I think some of it got cold enough it turned into ice. It's like, what? Yeah, so we got plenty of oxygen up here. The big thing I gotta sort out is temperature. Temperature still sucks here. They're picking what little food's over there. We'll poke that through to drop more fresh water in here. Unreachable. You should be able to ride down here, hop over here, and go across. Oh, the whole thing is unreachable down there. Because all of the suits are gone? Did they all get worn out? That's probably exactly what happens. They've all worn out. Alright, that's direly important. So let's go down here. Stop warning about starvation for 2 seconds. Say, manually put those in. Yeah, temperature's still just holding there, which isn't surprising. That's kind of what I figured was going to happen. No. Is it atmosphere or is it temperature? Probably temperature. No, it's atmosphere. Basically, there's not enough carbon dioxide now, which makes sense with all the oxygen we've been producing. It's pushing the carbon dioxide down. Plus, we got this whole space. Well, I mean, that shouldn't matter that much. Okay. We mine those 3 tiles. That'll help as well. Alright, we're getting there. I'm just working on that guy. Working on that guy? Which guy? Yeah, so you keep getting down here. Basically, if I grab some ice from down there and run it up here, which is a ridiculous range to bring it, you'll start with that. You provide him with power? Oh, yeah. Provide him with power. Yeah, I haven't been worrying about them because we're not stable right now. We took a bunch of deaths here a little bit because the temperature went up too much. So this is a new dupe. Why are you bringing up ice up? Because heat. And I don't have the metal to set up aqua tuners and that kind of stuff. Just the heat crept up on me. So I need a place to either dump heat out or whatever. So we just bring up some ice that's an easy enough temporary solution. Build temp ship, place some ice. Yeah, we can do that. Like, I was going to put storage up here, but yeah, same idea. We can do that. We can go here. At the moment, I don't have ice, though. Anywhere. But that's the idea, is if I get down here to where this is all being frozen, we can just snag ice and run it back. The problem is it's so far. Yeah, no, that makes sense. She's gonna die from starvation, though. unfortunately. Yeah, because the temperature out here is getting too high and the pressure is getting too low. I know if I... So I want you to dig those 2 tiles, but I do not want you to dig the sand. There we go. Is she stuck here? Yeah, I mean, she hasn't been building the rocket. Honestly, there's like... I could send her back and just send her back out this way again, but I already had the teleporter here that I could just replace her, so she's expendable. I mean, what? Yeah, I know we had... Both our other colonies had heat sneak up on them and ruin them. That I've had to put a lot of work on trying to fix. Like, this colony is mostly stable now, but it did have a problem where it overheated, all the plants died, and they started starving. That's exact same thing here. That's like every colony I've ever lost in the game. That's exactly what's happened. Is heat snuck up on me, caused my plants to not survive, and then when that happened, you know, people started starving. There's nothing they can do to prevent it. Like I have to manage to recover it. No dupes are expendable. Oh, they're absolutely expendable. Every dupe's expendable. You rely on ranches more than farms? Yeah, I probably need to. What are you doing? Less heat sensitive? Yeah. Goodbye, Ellie. Yeah, basically this colony is doomed until I get the heat under control. But I don't have the materials to make like aqua tuners or any of like the long-term heat recovery. So this is basically just trying to grab some ice and bring the temperature down a degree or two. Alright, so you are fine there. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. What on earth is even going on here? Oh, I see. Cut this. Deconstruct that. It's been a while since I built one. It's not powerful. Let's see. Just 200 kilograms steel. And 100. Is that one thing? Well, that's the thing. There's no steel there. That's the problem. There's no steel there left. So I don't have what I need to fix their problem. Why are you backed up? Oh, I see. Because earlier I don't... So I ended up having a problem earlier. What ended up happening is all of the slicksters pathed down here and they wouldn't come back out of here. And when they got down here, they all just died. And I could not get them to stop doing it because they just all of a sudden, like, all of them started pathing down here and then dying. And it was so annoying. And my person who was my wrangler would just sit here whistling for long periods of time and not doing anything. Wait, where are you bringing that oil? Did I forget to turn this off? Okay, that's fine. I just don't want more oil up here right now. This one's okay. You're once again getting that too cold. I see. Keep trying to adjust it to get to about the sweet spot, but it's okay. Yeah, no, it's spaghetti. I know it's spaghetti. I didn't plan out the entire base ahead of time. Why do you not have fresh water coming through? Because you don't have power here. You don't have power here, so you need to be turned back on. That's because the other base is having problems that have led to us not having enough petroleum. And the petroleum isn't getting through. Like, I don't know what's happened at... Well, I mean, now I know what's happened that this is all shut down now. Like, just suddenly it seemed like the petroleum... Oh, no. Okay. This is a real big problem, because that is the cooling that we were fixing our base with that's now all shut down because our petroleum's gone offline. One thing after the other. I don't care. You shouldn't be getting oxygen in your line anymore. Maybe it was just leftover. Yeah, and this was getting too hot, which, I mean, this has solved the problem because the temperatures come right down. This is getting too hot, so it's being inconsistent, which then led that to not getting enough combustible gas. If the power goes down, then the O2 will pass. Well, right, but this is... Oh, right, this is on its own grid. That's a problem that I need to solve. Because right now, that's on its own grid by itself up here. And that needs to be brought on. Means I need to get conductive wire down here. Do I even have what I need to make some conductive wire? I've got a ridiculous amount of lead, which isn't the greatest. I don't need to do this spot. There's nothing hooked up to this spot. Alright, so... if I hook that up there, that should be okay. So I can put it on this grid. It should be okay. Deconstruct those two tiles. We can deconstruct that wire. You might be able to reach that wire. Deconstruct this wire. Why is someone being scalded? I'll have to check that. Deconstruct this wire. Wow, you learn something new every day. Nintendo company existed longer than some of the United States have been states. Yup. I mean, part of that's also, a lot of times people forget just, you know, that so many of the states actually haven't been around that long. When you're talking grand scale of things. I think that's all of that. Okay, who is getting scalded and where? You shouldn't be able to get scalded here because you need your suits. Right, I need to go back over here and deal with the suits again. Where are you? Are you full? You're full. Okay, turn this on. Run it to get the suits over so that comes back online. I mean, it's just like one of those things that, like, a lot of people when it comes to U.S. history like to think of it as being like eternally far ago, and a lot of them, you know, yeah, they're like 100-something years ago, but really that's not that long ago. You know, it's like your grandfather's grandfather was alive for it, and you might have, you know, you might have some great grandparents or great great grandparents who were either alive for it or, you know, their parents were alive for it. Like even stuff as far back as like World War II and that, you know, you get to the point where they knew people who actually had who had been there for it kind of things. Like it's nowhere near. Okay, for a moment I thought I hooked up the wrong types of pipes. It's supposed to be like, what? Okay, so you can turn this back off. But yeah, like so much of that. It's one of the things that actually pisses me off when you're looking at different events in history and they have black and white pictures for them, and you're like, there were color cameras at that event. This picture that you're showing in black and white was originally a color picture. And so you're depicting this thing as being like forever ago. And it's like, no, we had fairly modern technology for that event. It's not really that old. Like, I find it actively misleading to pretend something was so far ago. Alright, so. You're still being connected. Why aren't you connected to something? Oh, that's our brine pump. Right. Where was I with that? Where did... Wait a second, where did I hook up the brine to? Because this is the brine line, right? Yes. This is the brine line going over here, down here. It pops around here. You didn't finish building that part because you couldn't reach it, which is something I suspect was going to happen. And I'm suddenly going, wait a second, how can you reach it? We'll put a little... isn't it also a thing that various religions and just add 1,000 years to their histories here and there to claim originalness? I have no idea about that. Thought they did origami stuff. Yeah, I didn't think Nintendo was an adult content company in its history. Maybe they, as a side thing, did adult content, but not that I heard to be I heard that one. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. That's fine. So I need to go here and then like this. Okay. There's the problem. So this I don't actually want connected. Um, well, this doesn't work out at all well because... Oh, wait, never mind. I can just put an art pipe there. Alright. I'll get those here in just a second. So I'm going to quickly do here. Basically, if it's something I don't know what to do with, we just dump it right back down. Okay. They used to be into adult content more, but because of their ties to the Yakuza, they made cards that had been used in gambling. Gotcha. Okay. Really, in the 1960s? Interesting. I wonder, so it's one of those things when they say like it's an adult company. I wonder if it's one of those things that they did have adult content, but that was just like one of their sub things, or like that was their mainstay. Because the reason I specify that is there's companies that kind of dabbled in a lot of things, like Sears, for example. Like Sears, you could get everything from buying a house to tools to mail order brides. Like they did everything back in the day. So people sit there and be like, ah, it was a mail order bride company. It's like, well, yes, but no. That was never like their main market. They like did some of it. I'm not saying that excuses it, but yeah. It used to be their bread and butter. Interesting. I suspect they did multiple things, but it doesn't sound like it was a small part. Gotcha. I honestly don't know. Like that's just one of the things that's it's one of those things that you usually will ask a lot of times when it comes to when someone makes the claim like that. Just because a lot of times things get overstated. And so I do want to figure out, specify that kind of thing. Okay. So you should be hooked up to power. We got just those pipes there. And then that'll be all hooked up. And when the volcanoes go, that should turn that on. Your food's going fine over here. You have once again managed to get too cold. I don't know how this keeps... Oh, I know exactly what... I'm being dumb. I'm like, the temperature here is perfect. Right, it's making it 25 degrees colder than that temperature. That's fair. That should solve that. Alright. And I need you to sweep that down there. It could be either direction. And we're starting to get a little fuzzy on recollection. So I'm looking at the Reach Google search thing on... Yep. Right, so it's still not... Oh, the temperature is actually coming down here. Nice, as I was hoping with our changes. Because this was closer to 96. So it has lost about 7 degrees. I do really need... Okay, so that's releasing carbon dioxide again. That's going to be really cold. That should help out the temperature a bit here. You're still waiting on your suits, which should have arrived. Yeah, they're right there. Alright, so they already had the request for restock. Everyone's still alive here, so they should take care of it. It was definitely, hey, I didn't hear anything, sort of thing. On the beginning of my point. I'm definitely not digging in on it. No, I gotcha. Remember to clear your browser history. Yup. Okay, so they're fixing all the conductive wire. So is that already connected? Yes, if you're already connected, you do not need to be running in this wheel anymore. Because now you're being run on natural gas. I'm good not looking up any of that. I am well content not looking up any of that. So the issue is I need to somehow get way higher throughput on these. Just remember, what has been seen can never be unseen. So just be mindful of what you go seeing. Yeah, so they can't get down here to do anything right now until they deliver those spacesuits, which for some reason they are not delivering. Let's put on priority so that, because otherwise all those tasks down there are just not happening. Which will eventually kill our other base because it depends on petroleum. And there's no one here at all. The temperature's going up, which is the concern. Alright. Whole dude says, fortunately, I got wind side of that autism coin. Lots of things don't bother me without relevant context. Okay. Not a way I've ever approached it. Alright, so you still have no power on your line. Oh, it's too many things are pulling power. I keep greedily adding more and more onto this one main circuit, and it just doesn't have that to spare. I could turn on this natural gas. which I probably should. You go dormant soon, though. What else depends on natural gas right now? You augment yourself with natural gas to cover for when that's not. I think that might be it, honestly. So it's that one. There's one here I don't use. Ah, there's this one. What do you run? You run all of the stuff over here. So yeah, that's kind of important, actually. You also apparently run this way over here. Oh, that's right. I use that to supplement it. And then those aren't even run anymore. I mean, I could turn this on to supplement that. But yeah. Alright. Are you both dormant? Is that what's going on? No, you're idle. I just need more power. Your systems are cool. Thank you. And before I forget, because I got distracted, which is a shout out for Tiny Alley. For those who haven't checked out Tiny Alley before, please Project Zomboid. Definitely worth checking out, dropping a follow, and all that good stuff. Yeah, they're trying desperately to go. There's just not enough power on this network. I don't really want to turn this on, because this is about to go dormant. So I'll only have what natural gas I've already got stored. What I need to do is I need to bring more slicksters. Because they were my carbon dioxide sink. And now they're not. Okay. Go ahead and turn that building off. Alright. So the polluted water went dormant up there. Yeah, these just aren't producing enough power. Which I want to get more of them on, but you know, I've got to start dealing with this to get that on. It's crazy how intricate the game gets at this stage. Yeah. I mean, part of it is so many of my systems have blended together. When I really should have had them more like this isolated thing does this, that isolated thing does that. So I can kind of control it as like, here's this box, here's the inputs, there's the outputs. It's like a nicer Factorio. Man, I find Factorio way easier to control the chaos. Okay, so they finally got their spacesuits in place. They're trying desperately to get this back online. Do I have to turn off all the things? Alright. Phone is quite chaotic. Yes. So let's check our wire, because what I need to do is the same thing we did last time, which is for right now, I need to go right here and say, do not run any of the stuff down here until your power grid's back online. Okay. Alright, that's all I need is just a little bit of petroleum in there, and then this thing becomes self-sufficient again. Ooh, steel? Steel here. Because we get a bit of steel here. We can sit there and go, let's see, utilities. Not quite enough. If I get 200 steel here, I can make a cooling loop to deal with our problem there. Piece of sandstone, I don't know where it came. Oh, I must have, when I ran the pipe, it dropped. Yep, that makes sense. Alright. That should be your last eruption, and then you're dormant. Yep, so it just went dormant. So no more natural gas from the geyser for a while. Okay, so one thing I could do... I mean, honestly, this is fine for right now. So here's all good. We are forcing more and more oxygen into this space, which is helping. Yeah, it's getting thinner up there, but that's fine. Got like a pocket of natural gas. None of you have power. Please run the petroleum. I don't ask much. So that's... Okay. Yeah, so that should be fine now. So disable this building. I need you to keep producing petroleum. I need that back online. Because as long as I keep that going, we should be in good shape. And pretty soon... Alright, so reservoir's starting to build up. So that does mean, unfortunately, it's time to reconnect our incredibly power-hungry systems down here. Which means now you don't get to have breaks anymore. It's only going to get worse as I put more on there. One of the things I'm going to need to do is get our cooling to be solved so I can go up here. Put in the meteor defense power thing. And start the space exploration stuff up here. Right now, I can kind of hide it down here because there's just so much regolith that's built up because I haven't done anything about the meters, and it's like literally making a layer of junk above me. But yeah. Then you continue adding the conductive wire over here, which you've now started doing. Alright, so Steve here can do that. Harold? I guess you could set ranching up here. Strider's now squeaky clean. Congratulations. Let's have you supplying, because that improves your carrying. Internet went out for a while. Is this back on the starter asteroid or a different one? Oh, we're jumping between them constantly. This is the starter asteroid, this is the oil asteroid, and this is the radiation asteroid. The radiation asteroid had everyone die. He got out of control and all our plants died. I do intend on going back. We did get a little steel just by luck of having it drop in. But I'm gonna have to bring more people in to fix this. But I'm gonna wait until I have a little bit more supplies I can fix it with, and then I'll grab someone. Oh, you know what I ought to do? Plumbing. Liquid valve. That's not what I'm looking for. Plumbing. Liquid valve. I want to have it do like really tiny amounts of oxygen to allow through when we connect it. A lot of this is going to just rupture back out again and be emitted out into space, but it really isn't a way to get around that for the moment. And the pocket are all dying there, that's fine. Alright. Hey, it's turning on every couple seconds here and there. Why are you all complaining about pipes? Connected, you're connected, you're connected. You have an outlet. Oh, no filter selected. That's right. Okay, that's fair. Brine. And you are not finished being built. You are a polluted water filter. And you're just a regular old water filter. Okay. So now slowly start fixing our problems down here. Super slowly. Unreasonably slowly. In hindsight, oh, you're obsidian. You can't be obsidian. Hang on. What happened that you got... No, it's actually obsidian's fine. Never mind. I was thinking it was something else. I'm going to leave that open, and we're just going to let this pump. It's going to take forever to do anything. It's fine. It's not really going to be a way of solving this, but it's what it is. Especially since it's inconsistent. Yeah, I wanna get my army of slicksters down here because I'm not using them for the oil. Like, I don't care about that part. I want to use them to just deal with the sheer volume of carbon dioxide we've got. Because I've got the carbon skimmer over here, which is something, but not remotely what we need. Like, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to need to have, like, a room down here with a bunch of them. Or I'm going to just need to be pumping all the air here into a room with a carbon skimmer and just let the carbon skimmers go. Oh, I didn't see. What is the temperature in there? Did maybe this get too warm or too cold? No, that's well within the range for slicksters. Yeah, I don't know what happened. What's all the CO2 about? So, I mean, the big thing is I don't have anything here that's really absorbing the CO2, just the one skimmer here, which apparently is offline for some reason. I don't really know what that's about. Oh, it's the power. The power is off. Do you not have water? You also don't have water. Oh, because we have been exporting water for entirely too long. Alright, so let's go ahead and stop exporting the water. Man, I'm surprised it's still not completely flooded with how much we've been exporting. Shows you how much water I'm using over here now. Okay. So now I've got two of those going to pick up the production of oil. Yeah, blossoms use a lot of water. Yep. Probably have to see what I can find for mixing the types of plants for. You can make a network of... You can make a network of them, like 10 or 12. Oh yeah. Will you be able to deal with the vast expanses? Yeah, like if I really wanted to, I could make a room down here with, you know, a bunch of CO2 skimmers, like 4, 5, 6 of them, and just let them cut loose. Honestly, what I'd rather do is make like a place down here for the slicksters, because they eat a ridiculous amount of CO2 themselves to make oil. And even though I don't really care that much about producing the oil here with slicksters, because they're not efficient for that purpose, having them consume large quantities of CO2 is pretty good. Because then it's, you know, it's a CO2 sink that doesn't really cost you anything and occasionally gives you meat when they die. Okay, so for this, I want it to be like nothing goes through. And we'll go to pipes. And I'll snip that. Alright, how are you over here? Your air pressure is actually very high over here, which is a concern. It's not over there for some reason. Oh, no one could reach that ladder. Okay. I was like, man, they're just really not taking apart that ladder. Can't get to it. Alright, because I'm trying to open this up more so the airflow's better. Yeah, so the air pressure's getting too high. That's kind of one of the risks of having all this here, is I'm going to have to very carefully control how much oxygen I let back out. But I also need to try and bring these temperatures down so that liquid oxygen doesn't turn into gaseous oxygen before it gets in here. What is causing the water to show up here? What other plants could I plant if I wanted to change my plants out? Let's look here. Plants. We got some bog buckets already. Those are what we're currently using. Dust caps require darkness. They require relatively mild temperatures. They require carbon dioxide environment, and they require a lot of slime. Grub fruit requires just about anything. They require sulfur. And they can handle relatively hot climates. So that would actually not be that bad for my other place, because I actually do have a sulfur geyser. So that'd be a lot. Now granted, that's 10 kilograms per cycle, but that would be something over there. I don't think I can plant those. We have the peppers. They require a ton of phosphorate and polluted water. Wait, Saturn critter trap? A carnivorous plant? Okay, that's concerning. Spindly grub fruit. Same deal. Spore childs. Oh, that's kind of terrifying. Has a brain fungus. We have swamp charge, which I can't grow. Water weeds, which I can. They require bleach stone and salt water. Spore Kid. Not Spore Child. It's the same thing. Alright, so yeah, so no matter what, we're gonna have to, we have, like, either water consumption, well, all of them have, like, a water consumption and or dirt fertilizer.
Thank you, DelSol1980, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, DelSol, for the 4 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you continuing to enjoy the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that continued support. And you can't reach that, so don't worry about it. Now, I got a little bit of polluted water here. That should be fine, because I have a sensor that turns off when you get stuff that's heavier than oil on top of it, or lighter than oil on top of it. Meanwhile, what is happening? Are you out of water? No. Your polluted waters line is backed up again. How are we dealing with this? Turn this back on. Alright, what do you got? Say steel. Blossom seeds. Okay, where was it I was going to put those? Not here. We don't have any blossom seeds here at all. We're going to drop them here, in case I choose to want to do that. Because I do have this geyser here. Alright. Yeah, because I've got this sulfur geyser. The problem is it's really hot liquid sulfur. It's a decent amount per second, and it erupts for a very long time when it erupts. And we do not know how long it's going to run or anything like that. Okay, it looks like the petroleum is starting to build up, which is good. This all looks like it's going pretty well over here as well. But things are looking pretty good in this area. Okay. I am very concerned about the water consumption I have here. It is a very high amount of water consumption to get all that oil out. Oh, we're still missing some pipes. That's right. I was going to build a ladder there so I could poke down to get those other two. That should let the brine through. And the advantage of that is then the desalinization here should be able to run more consistently. Which would be yet more water we're getting into the system. Because if we can get the water production high enough, we can just keep the exporting the water to the other colony forever. Not have to, like, attach and detach it kind of thing. Alright. It'd be really nice if you finish these pipes. Oh, you're still unreachable? Okay, so you can sneak a ladder down there. That's fine. I just need to be able to get here and get those two pipes fixed. And then that solves that problem for the time being. And eventually I'll start trying to contain this water to not be a disaster. Right now I just need to be able to start picking up my mess and slowly fixing it. Yeah, so we are pulling in polluted oxygen at a pretty steady rate. Yeah, the air pressure is getting higher here. A lot higher here. It's not because we're bringing in new air. Something is creating a lot of air pressure here. I mean, I do pull the tiny bits of air we get in here and push it out there, but I can't imagine that builds up to, 3,000-4,000 air pressure. Oh, right, there's no one here. Okay, that's fine. And the Prophet population is exploding. Alright. Okay, so there we go. So the brine is now going through. And so while this is active, we'll be okay. But once it starts going away, then we'll start pushing more and more on the on this angle to desalinize a whole lot of salt water. Well, brine water, whatever. Probably worthwhile to make storage for it. I think we'll do that. It's connected, then I can just cut it out and that's fine. Won't be nearly enough storage, but just enough to get some stuff done. Yes, those are start trying to run. With all the volcanoes going. Alright. How are we doing in natural gas? We are beyond golden. Okay, and for the moment I'm just having this process everything. We can actually turn that back off. Because I required some fresh water. I don't have a reliable source of materials to keep that running, so I don't want to run it too much. The other thing I need to do is turn this so we have a proper airlock up here. Probably the best way to do is just like literally go up here and, have it like go up and over and then our door there. It won't be perfect, but it'll be good enough. Okay, if I'm gonna build a meteor blaster, we'll position it over here somewhere. Yeah, put it over here for right now. Okay, so you put out a ridiculous. I'm not comfortable doing it. First, let's get another cooling thing up here. That's what we need to do. First, get a cooling thing up here. Then we put the meteor blaster where I know I can cool it down. Which means I need steel over here. I'm curious how we're gonna set that up because I don't have a lot of power coming in. What happened? Oh, for this one, we had it where it got overheated and all the crops failed, and so people starved to death. We've got the heat mostly under control. Oh, good. We're starting to get these ones back online. Yeah, so we've got this one recovered now. And then the other thing is we had the exact same issue happen in our third colony, and it's still dead. I'm going to have to bring more people in. But that's usually almost every single colony I have ever lost in this game. It's always been kind of the same thing where heat slowly creeps in, the crops start to fail, and you don't manage to get the heat under control before people start starving. And that's fine. And why are you at max stress? Soggy feet, yucky lungs, hungry, and you just have lots of things. Just turn off your cam to cool things down next time. Have you ever had the opposite happen with cold? No, not really. Like I've had cold bleed in. It's just cold is a much easier problem to solve than heat because there's so many things that create heat versus there's not many things that get rid of heat. Yeah, no, I was overproducing food for a while. It's just we kept having more and more issues that were just chipping away at it. Alright. So I've got this going. Alright, so let's grab this so it's not a loop anymore. We can store a brine here, so when this goes dormant again in 13 cycles, we can start just chipping away at our giant reservoir here. And you're dormant, but we still have tons and tons and tons of natural gas and storage. Isn't there a plant that absorbs heat? Yeah, Weezewort. I have 2 of them planted here. The challenge is most of the time, they naturally are on ice, and then when it melts, the plant, it's not on a tile, it just falls and it stops working. So you have to be careful about overheating that area. These ones are on rock, so I don't have to worry about that. If a pip plants them, they don't have costs. If you plant them, they have a very decent amount of phosphorate cost per cycle that you gotta pay. Yeah, they also are mildly radioactive. Which I'm not too worried about because I got them kind of sealed in there and my people don't spend any meaningful amount of time around it, so it's not enough radiation to build up and cause us problems. Versus on this planet, which is the challenge of it, the radiation, we've got constant radiation up here. A little bit down in this area. And then you get down here and it's just tons of radiation. And bees. The bees are starting to slowly open this up. I was not... Solid nuclear waste. Say what? Oh yeah, when the bees do that... Real high amounts of radiation. But yeah, so we would have to figure out those bees. That does make me curious. Yeah, they continue to chip away at this area around here, because this used to be very tiny space. That they are going and like clearing this up. You can flood the CO2, remember? Yep. Probably just go room by room, restoring 100% efficiency before moving on. Well, right now, the issue I have is there's literally no one here to do anything. My plan for the moment is just basically waiting till either get a pawn that's got a decent amount of athletic to try and have them run over here to collect some ice to then make some cooling plate kind of things. Would be one thing. Or if I'm lucky and I get more steel, if I get more steel, then I could start putting up a cooling space up here. Like put a thermo, the air one. A thermoregulator, like put one up here made out of steel. And start setting up, what I need here for that and put like a solar panel up there. Yep, on this location they all died. Because I couldn't really get them to leave. and I couldn't bring more resources in. And so I didn't have the materials to make the thermal regulators and that without them just overheating and breaking down again and again to cool stuff off. And I wasn't able to bring the ice I needed in time. Alright, so building. Is all of your storage full? Yes, it is. I understand. You find iso resin yet? No. That's what I'm trying to do on this planet. Is I want to go ahead and build the first the meteor defense up here, and then the observatory up here, and that'll help. What are you doing? You're sleeping there? Why are you sleeping? Okay. Getting pretty close to being able to put petroleum back into the main base, which will help. And you don't go dormant for a decent amount of time. Needs barely run. One thing we're going to try and do to help this out is... yeah, things just turning off constantly. I'm just going to leave this one off for a while, let this run more consistently, let a bunch of the R systems run. It doesn't do me any good if it doesn't run. Another thing I ought to do is I can potentially get all this hooked up. You are a really... oh, okay. I was gonna say... stress reaction Banshee? Wails uncontrollably. Just using for suicide missions? Well, the problem is I need him to dig. And they can't. That's the problem with that one, is I need one with athletics, and I need them to dig. Still gonna bring him over. Hey, welcome to your new colony. Because you have the athletics. Alright, it doesn't matter what your schedule is. Skills. You have no passions we can get at, so you're digging. Get ready to dig. Your life is digging. Priorities. Operating, supplying, doing all that. Digging, researching, tidying, rocketry. Oh, and also... where's the grown-up puff? There should be a grown-up puff. We'll deal with that when you get hungry. We'll start killing the puffs. Your job is to race down here, not get distracted by the fact that the chlorine burns your eyes horrifically. I think it's a pretty high air pressure over here. Just trying to dig down here enough that we can get at the ice. And once, actually, don't even worry about these two. Get at the ice. Because once, where'd you go? So once we can get at the ice with that, I can bring that ice here and use it to temporarily lower the temperatures here. Oh my god, look at the air pressure here. That's fine. You'll either figure it out or you won't. I don't care. So we've got the oil full. This is still draining, which is concerning. But that's just it. I've got so many things I gotta sort out. Alright. There's just so much material to bring. Alright, one other thing I'm going to end up having to do with this, I'm going to end up having to make like a proper airlock again. So I can start pulling all the air out, but that won't matter until we get the water out. Because at least that'll be like, sure, this will still turn on and off, but at least be 3 different volcanoes running at like to heat themselves up to do all that. Okay. So you can hook that power up to something else potentially. So that power is running all that, the solar is. I could bring it down and hook it up to another network to offload some power. So that thing's nearly maxed out. This on the other hand, oh yeah, I don't need to worry about that one. You're over maxed. If it was to run everything at once, you'd have problems, which you won't because there's just so many different things. Alright, trying to think is a good way to get this power to do stuff down here. So, okay. So I've got the spare power here. Can only get up to 1380. And all of these are in our oxygen production. So I could connect it to these 2 water pumps, disconnect this, and that would reduce the strain on that one. Because we got all these solar panels, it would be good to keep them going, and they've got all of that. Because anything I can take off of the stuff that is non-renewable, the better. Okay. Meanwhile, you probably built that tile down here. That's fine. Alright. Temperatures are all still pretty good. Ooh, temperatures are actually just barely in the acceptable range there. That's not promising. Surprised you're still overheated. I guess the blocks themselves are. That's probably because we're running... Oh. You literally can't run because the air pressure's so high that it can't release the carbon dioxide into the air. And that's with us just basically pumping this out as fast as we can and then spacing most of it. That's lovely. Is there still slicksters here? I really hope you breed much faster, slicksters. I wonder if I can put a grooming station just outside and just treat it... What? No, because I think it does have to be considered a ranch for it to work. Because if I could do that, then I could have the slicksters where we, you know, take care of them to just basically get them to reproduce faster just to get more slicksters to consume more carbon dioxide faster. That may be worth doing still. Alright. Hear me out, game. Let's start making something happen with this. We can do it over here. Alright, let me move the mouse. Make a ranch with mesh tiles. That's exactly what I was thinking. Right. So let's go here. We're just gonna go right here and make a fairly large one. Then these could be airflow above. But not this tile. I cancel building that one. Because this will be... Don't go up there. I already know what you're going to do. You're going to go out of your way to trap yourself. Because that's what dupes do in this game. They just immediately commit suicide as fast as they can. Honestly, I don't need to make it a sealed door. Alright. So this will end up being where our ranch is. And honestly, just go ahead and choose deconstruct and all of that. With exceptions of you and you. Actually, there, that'll solve it. You can deconstruct this. Because I don't mind too much if they drop themselves down. Hey, Hylitz, how's it going? I don't know how you pronounce it. I keep apologizing. There's so many names I do mess them up. And I try and do better. I'm going to keep trying. Alright, You're not dead yet, so that's a promising sign. Where are you, by the way? Where'd you go? Are you doing this? You are. Oh, don't deconstruct. Cancel deconstructing that. Dig that. Cool. I'm doing pretty good. The thing we want to do now is utilities, template. Once I can get some ice in here, or some ice freed up, I want to put a template with ice. It doesn't even really matter anywhere. I just want to dump it in here to get a bunch of cold air. Okay, and let's reattach the wire here. Because all the air is getting super polluted. It's too far down, then there's not enough oxygen. Okay, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for who's been tuning in, for everyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, the donos, and the raids. It all helps everybody to appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I'll be right back. All right. Just grab my drinks and all that. So I made it worse with the whole climbing by that sand gang there. It is surprising the amount of oxygen we've got in this room now. So we've got some ice there. So let's see if we can make this happen. I don't think we can because I think they're going to climb down, get part way up, and then drop the ice. Or it's not going to recognize it. I need more. That's fine. Alright. Still doing perfectly fine in here. Okay, well that's fine, because I already have planned for that. Goodbye, you. You're gonna be eaten. Or not, actually. Got a bunch of meal... whatever they are laying around. Alright, we're gonna keep carving into this, because this area is mostly... like, you can see the different colors distinctly. A lot of this is just water I've been letting dump down in here, which I'm perfectly cool with. Alright, very genuinely, if I start trying to cut through some of this, I might be able to make this better. Yeah, she can't get down there fast enough. Can we actually make a fire pole work here? I think I got the aluminum. Alright. So let's see if we can't get that working. Because if I can get over there and I can manage to grab some ice, I could like make the templates to just release a bunch of heat real fast and keep repeating that so we can get the temperature, you know, temporarily solved. Yeah, so you're struggling here. That's fine. Okay, so we got a surplus in the system of the fresh water. So let's reconnect that. I believe, is this the freshwater line? I've lost track now. That's petroleum line. No. Yeah, that's petroleum line. This is a freshwater line. Okay, it connects over here. Let's get that back over before this pool runs completely dry, because when that happens, everything starts shutting down again. And then it's bad. Getting pretty close to getting the petroleum into the other base as well now. Oh, what do you have? A bunch of muckroot. Ooh, you are a real good pawn for a purpose over here. That's fine. I'm gonna go over here, and for the moment, I'm just gonna get the muckroot. Because that handles some food for a little while. Okay, she did manage to dig it. That might be enough. What is the blue volcano looking thing that pumps gas? The blue volcano thing. So this one pumps carbon dioxide. I'll locate in the middle of my base. This base? I mean, it's more than likely a geyser. I'm trying to figure out which geyser it is. So this is a steam geyser we have over there. That's a natural gas geyser. That's a polluted water geyser. I don't have any, like, in the middle of my base. This is a slush geyser, and that is a salt slush geyser. So that's, you know, basically polluted, cold, like cold polluted water, and that's cold brine. Which I turned the brine into, clean water here. And then down here, I treat the cold, polluted water into making it good stuff. The other base had a geyser in the middle? Yeah, this one has a geyser down here that's polluted water. And this one I don't think I have a geyser anywhere. Oh, I have this geyser, which is carbon dioxide. Those geysers are good because they're effectively unlimited of whatever the resource is. It's just, it only comes so fast. It's just, they will never, like, you never have the geyser, you know, run dry or whatever. Alright, so we're going to start with here, utilities. Do I have ice? Yes. So build as many of these as you can to see if we can't get that pulled down. Is it mined, discovered, or crafted? The geysers? Those are just naturally in the world. Like if I go down here, there's one that I haven't reached yet. They're in the world, and as long as it's covered up, it doesn't do anything. But once they uncover it, they will go active for a little while, and they will put a bunch of material out, and then after a while they'll go dormant, and then they won't do anything for a decent amount of time, and then they go active again, and they go dormant, then they go active again. So they kind of go ping-ponging back and forth. So it's not super consistent. Yeah, that's my fear. Is she's not able to get down there fast enough to collect the ice to bring it back up. She loses some time here, which could probably improve by putting 2 ladders there. So you need to cache their output to make it more resilient. That's one thing you can do. Yeah, so they're dropping it down there. And so she's going to be an endless cycle of never picking it up. Unless it could speed up the rate she's able to go down there. Or another thing you can do is put a spot in the ladder that she goes off the side, but even then she'll probably just won't get to the bottom. Just gonna keep going for it. Am I gonna have to cancel those panels? I do wish, like, when they go to retreat to go get air or whatever, stop rubbing your eyes. To get air or whatever here. Like, I wish they would just continue holding on to whatever they were carrying. The fact that they drop it just kind of ruins everything. Alright, so I need to go over here and just cancel these. Because she's never going to be able to do those. Not until we get this sorted. Let's also put 2 ladders there. They'll speed up that trip a little bit. That'll speed that part up. If I can mine these down, they'll speed it up a little. The issue is all that chlorine down there. Okay. Is this getting all this? So we should be getting a ton of oxygen in here. Like, the pressure's getting very high because these absorb tiny bits of carbon dioxide and make a bunch of oxygen. Like, do I have what I need? I don't have what I need for... I was gonna say, do I have what I need to make, like, the mask? So I was like, no, there's a whole process that's involved in that. What are you going to build? Because I've canceled all the other stuff. Did I miss a template? No, I don't see any I missed, because she's going for the ice. But why is she going for the ice? I want her to build stuff. What is your skills? What are you set to? Priorities. Gotcha. So building was set to too low priority so she wouldn't do it. And then dumping this water would also help. All right. I don't feel like I'm making any meaningful dent in dealing with this pollution or this water. And the big thing is the geyser up here while it's going is kind of getting priority on this, which makes sense. Because this is effectively finite. Once they get rid of it, it's gone, versus that geyser is continuously producing. Getting real close here. Those still going okay temperature-wise. The temperature's coming back down, which is good. Oh, you've actually got that finished. Alright, so do this and this. And then we can go over here and we could choose food. Put the arrow thing here. Stations. Where is the grooming station? And fill it with slicksters. And then separately, we can make a lower priority critter drop off. So when the population gets too high, I can just drop more slicksters off over here. Because the idea is to just continuously, like, to keep boosting the number of slicksters I have. I wonder if we could just... Oh, I know what we could do. We can just... Well, I don't want to have to deal with the incubator. We can make this work. Because I'll put a storage bin in here for slickster eggs. Have them pick a bunch of slickster eggs. Put them in here. And once I get like 1 or 2 in there, that'll be plenty. Okay, there was someone here who was ready for that skill. Was it you? Yep. Okay, auto wrangle surplus, and I would like molten larva and molten slickster. And slickster larva. And for here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say critter eggs, larva egg, molten larva egg. Let's make sure these storages don't allow for eggs. They do not, so we're good. But then the idea is when we see a slickster egg laying around here somewhere, we just tell them to sweep it, maximum priority it, put it in there. There's a sporchid seed. Okay, and this one... we set the hours. So that's low priority. And that's high priority. Cancel digging that tile. Cancel digging those tiles. Just have to keep an eye out for the slickster eggs. You're still doing good on getting this oxygen out of here. And that reservoir just keeps building up more and more. The air pressure wasn't so high. Actually, the air pressure isn't that high. Like, the hydrogen is, but we go down a little bit. It's actually still pretty high. That's fine. They'll get there. Alright. And the Paku population's building up down here. I honestly could probably just put a feeder up here that just drops bunches of seeds in here for the Paku. Fish feeder, there you are. Okay, so you're actually starting to build this finally. Actually, we don't need to do that. If I mine those two tiles, the piece of sand will fall down and that'll level that out. Oh, that was salt, not sand. Never mind. Has it Ooga Booga been a year since I've seen Oni? Yeah, Oni's a fun game. But yeah, no, it's one you don't see very often. Alright, here's another thing you can do. So put the ladders there, but I'm gonna wait till she's on this side and remove just like one of these blocks. Yeah, if I take away this block, she'll still be able to get around. Or she can't get stuck. Alright. Like, is hyper compressing gases still a thing? I believe so. I believe there's a way to like infinitely compress stuff. I'm not doing that because that to me always felt kind of cheesy, cheeky, cheaty kind of thing. But yeah, I believe you can still infinitely compress gases and liquids. Alright. So Paku, I would like to give you those. And those. And those. Oh, weird. I wonder why I was unselecting and selecting. And Tropical Paku. I wonder why it differentiates here where I'm able to click on these for any of them. I plan on just hucking the seeds in here anyways, so... What? Why does it matter? Okay, so we've got it for all of these. And the Gulp Paku. One moment game. I don't want to lose track of where I was working on with this because I'll forget it forever. Alright, so what do we got? Let's see, they unleashed it a few tons. They never someone accidentally had a single square steam down by some tar and magma. And then they unleash a few tons of gas. Get their map turned into steam. Alright. Alright, so none of those are what I want. That's fine. You can take the water. Alright, so you're continuing to build that rail. You've got that, so dig out that piece without crossing it. You should have muckroot. Yeah, you got muckroot up here, so I don't hear you whining. You got food. It's up to you whether or not you want to eat it. Alright, because they're slowly trying to recover this. Okay, so you're all out of hydrogen. That's fine. You aren't collecting any of the wood right now. I'm okay with that because the polluted oxygen pressure, air pressure is very high. This whole place's air pressure is absurdly high. I can't imagine those are pushing the air pressure that high. I mean, they might be. We might just open the door here for a while. Let this absurdly high pressure air out. Oh, you're gonna have to have priorities. Toggling. Is blue water off-gassing infinitely? Oh, so free oxygen forever. Excellent. There's always a weird one for me. Okay, so they're dealing with that, so at least they won't die of oxygen loss. Do we get any eggs so far? I don't seem to be able to wrangle them. Well, infinitely. Yeah, it's my understanding is I would guess that it ever so slightly reduces the volume of polluted water. Until eventually the polluted water gone. Yeah. Still, it's effectively infinitely when I got a geyser spewing out more of it right down here. That's the reason why the air pressure is getting so high in this room. You've trapped yourself. How many times do you have to go through this? Stop trapping yourself. You want to add larva egg to the resources list on the right side? I'll show you if there are any. Oh, that's a good point. I was gonna make sure first she builds these. That way she's not trapped, and that it'll make her traversing this area faster. Meanwhile, let's go to... See y'all. Alright. Make those higher so you get around faster. Stop trying to gain aluminum ore from the bottom. Or if you're going to grab the aluminum ore from the bottom, build something down there. Because you're never going to finish. Like, I want to make it zigzag maybe or whatever, but then she won't make it through the zigzag either. I could certainly start, like, digging this wider. Because then that would mean this oxygen that's at high pressure would start pushing down as the cart or as the chlorine starts sinking down lower, because there's more room for it to spread. But that's just a big detour on all of that I don't want to deal with. Food. You should not have food problems. I mean, your food's not great, but you shouldn't have food problems. This is recovering gradually. Alright, no eggs yet. How are we doing over here? You're forever max stressed. Which is probably because yucky lungs and all that. Why aren't you de-stressing? Like that's these... Oh. But you're assigned. Use it if you need it. Alright, so we got all that going on. That's still not running steady. I do hate how long it hangs when it saves. I get it. It's fine, like that, it's just how it has to work. But just like the whole game, like, just freezes while it's doing it. There's no eggs here, we're continuing to cool all this off. The temperature is coming down little by little, so these all come back online soon. I'll need to get one of the ones here to be able to cook, so let's see who we got going on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, no more skill points available. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so the problem is... this fact she'll get to around here and she'll drop it. Oh, are you gonna actually get that up there? No, you're not. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. There needs to be a do not pick up this resource, I don't care option. Because she's picking up the aluminum ore, she's getting a little ways up there, and then she's dropping it. Now, I could have it shimmy over, which is, I think, what I'm going to have to do. Is, like, around... No, we're not going to do that, because the same problem is it does take her longer to climb down, and it ends up being a problem. So we're going to start just digging out chunks. There is a mod for it. Not big on mods, but that's an option. Yeah, there's always a mod option. So I'm going to have to start digging that out. That way you can go ahead and start dropping this down. How's it going, gamer? Good seeing you. Yeah, because if I do that, it'll start being able to bring that chlorine line down. I don't really care about widening this out. Yola. Love it. No new eggs. There you go. You're finally getting your stress taken care of, because I think I actually had these just assigned to people so that no one else could ever use them. How's the natural gas storage going? Full. Excellent. Damaged, overheated. Oh! Why are you so hot? That was weird. Oh! Because molten glass dropped literally directly onto it. Yeah, that'll do it. It's fine. Whoops. I forgot that's where our molten glass goes. Hey, we'll just put a tile above you, okay? Alright, so there's a couple blocks here that you can't cut. That's fine. So cancel digging the oxalate there, and there. There, and there. And there. That's a very good excuse for overheating. Did I miss math death? We did have the third colony suffered a lot of losses. That's been a while back, though. Like, it was way earlier in the stream. Yeah, so if I keep mining this out, it should allow the oxygen to push down in here more. At least that's what I'm thinking. And that'll help slowing the slowdowns a little bit as well. Honestly, cancel building that. Let's make stairs straight across for now. Okay. So you've got all this going on, you're doing good here, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, so we're starting to drain the petroleum, which means it should be... Oh. I was expecting to see the petroleum kicked out to the other place. Did it already do it? Nope. Alright. We can go here and build another insulated tile. None of this is running reliably. Exactly as we expect. Okay, so that way it should just drop the molten glass there. I was expecting that molten glass to actually do something for this water, but it's just too much. Okay, you should still have muckroot left. You shouldn't be out of muckroot. You don't have a lot. You've only got some meal lice left. And then pretty soon you'll be out of material entirely. Alright. Then we'll end up killing a couple of puffs. Do you have eggs yet? Still no eggs. So you're wild and happy. But I'm not seeing any of you reproduce. I need to build more storage. Which is a reoccurring problem. Alright. Are you getting stuck in your ladder again? No, so you're still mining. Which doesn't seem to be really doing that good for dealing with our, chlorine issue. Alright. I could also see some of these places with the oxalite potentially giving us a little place so we can cover a tiny breath of oxygen or two, which might be enough to actually get something done down here. The worst case, I'm doing all this effort just to try and get ice to bring it over here to temper, like, just act as like a heat sink. Right now, because we have literally no food being produced. We get a pip egg we're going to want to put over there. Still no seed or eggs over here. Not seeds. We have plenty of seeds. Still no eggs over here. Alright, so there's no calories. So, hey. Puffed his way down, not contributing. It's time for you to die, buddy. Alright, let me go ahead and do all that stuff. So I got a stretch. So I go ahead and get that stretch and the posture check, which I'm kind of just doing by being here and all that kind of stuff. So I'll do a stretch. I'll check in what this is. Then we'll do our hydrate and we'll get moving. Why aren't you going down to get your food? Where are you going? Oh, you need to use the restroom? Look, I really need to do that, unless there happens to be food here. Iron is fine, I guess. He's probably gonna die of starvation soon. She'll neither be the first nor the last. I mean, what? You didn't take too many, did you? Okay. We're still good. Alright, so it doesn't seem like the pocket were doing anything with the feeder here. Just fine, I guess. So what I'm gonna actually do is deconstruct it, deconstruct this, and just let the glass go back to falling in the water. So it can continue to cool off. Oh good, you're awake. Go get yourself a meal. Where were you that you were getting scalded? Oh, it's probably just like a little pocket right there. Yeah, they're all just collecting materials. Where are you storing it, though? All the storage is full. Yeah, all the storage is full. Where are you going with the abyssalite? Alright, so I need to store more stuff. I guess there's like tiny bits of space left. I don't want to go and store it all down here if I can help it. There's not much space to work with. I mean, I guess I can go over here and store some stuff over here. Because that was just like overflow if I need it. Alright. Are you getting to the point of turning on and off yet? Okay. Alright, so we do have that, which is off-gassing. So it gives us a little bit of oxygen up here. So with that, she might actually be able to grab the ice and make this happen. So we're going to try and see if we can't make her get this done. So we go down here to where it says ice. And for the moment, I'm just going to go bam. Just do a couple in the middle here. It'll set those. to 9. Because my hope is, with that little pocket of oxygens he's got up here now, here, cancel all of this. I actually didn't mean to cancel this part. Go get your little pocket of oxygen over here on the right. Or that works too. Go get your ice. All you gotta do is get the ice and get back up the ladder. Because if you drop it on the once you're up here, come on, make it. So close. Yeah. All right. That's curious. I wonder if the incomplete plate here will have a problem. Good job, little dupe. Yep. And once this depletes and all that, we'll dig to the next one. Where were you? That's a one-way door, right? Oh, you are real hot down here. That's a concern. Alright, so the brine is starting to go down little by little. Okay. So we can make that an auto door. I'll probably end up having to put a pump in here, even though I don't want to. That's exactly what's going to happen. So we're going to go here. Ceramic. Obsidian. Obsidian. Pump. Liquid pump. And I'm not going to make anything special. It's just going to be junky liquid pump in here. The reason it's not going to be anything special is I'm literally just going to have it, you know, just dump out into the system. So we're going to unauto that door. What needs to happen here is I need to set a separate lock on this. Also, I'm just going to do it like that. That has to be a high power section. Okay. We can deal with that later. Because then what I want to do... Oh, do we have the power cable going in here yet? Yeah, we'll need to be heavy. That's fine. Because the goal is to start having this pump the water out. And then hopefully we can get that under control. Alright, how are you guys doing over here? We've got those. Copy our settings. No eggs here, and you need more food. You can't reach that puff. Murder this puff. Alright. Oh, did you reach air pressure that it can't anymore? That's not part of the plan. Alright, in that case, start digging that out. Start digging that out. Start digging those out. Alright. What's going on with you? Temperature's not... Alright, whatever. Like, those are off-gassing. That I understand. Just open up a little bit more space, trying to let these off-gas some oxygen. And then we'll go back to trying to make those ice plates. When we get the ice plates, Sora will be in good shape. Alright, so almost. You're probably gonna go... Okay. So you've gone dormant, so now we're just waiting on this, which goes dormant in 1.5 cycles. Okay, so 1.5 cycles, these pumps shouldn't be blocked, so they should run a lot more reliably. Because right now they've just been blocked, they haven't been getting error, but I wasn't on a rush to try and force it because I knew both those slush things would go dormant for a good while, and then that would be a source of a bunch of water in the meantime. Still no eggs. Doesn't seem to be implying that any of them are going to have eggs. Because definitely by the time they're at 46, they should be in egg-laying range. So cancel these again. Once again, I'll accidentally do that. Okay, so you gained a skill point. I'm not gonna have you worry about that. Let's have you carrying. Oh, you have to run all the way back, don't you? That's on me. That's fine. Because at least that way, when she grabs something like ice, she should be able to get farther. Did the ice tiles get made? Not yet. I had to have her dig more out because the air pressure got high enough that these weren't letting off more oxygen. And so she couldn't get down there and back. We'll keep just digging down all that and make it happen. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Stop having eye irritation. Go grab the ice. Don't drop it, don't drop it. She's right on the edge of dropping it. Good. That's another thing of ice going there, and she should be able to carry more than she was able last time. Alright. Actually, let's cancel that one. Cancel that one. There we go. So let's see how much of a difference this makes. So it's sitting right on the fence of what is an acceptable temperature. So it's sitting right at about 67. And this should go here, quickly cool down the area around it, melt, and then, you know, that'll be like a burst of cold real fast. And that might be all I need to bring the whole thing online. If not, we do it again. Because the only thing bringing heat in here is this stuff down here. None of that's running because she's just not auto-tending that. Okay. And just like that, the temperature's crashing super fast. It's down to 70, it's down to 76. You can physically see the air moving around. It's cooling off so quickly. What temperature the geyser spin out at? It's like 80 something? Yeah, 86. That's making it a bit warmer. Yeah, so the oxygen's down to 70 something. And all those plants are back alive and able to be dealt with. All right. I wonder, it won't say overheat damage, it'll just melt. That's right. It's around, there we go. It melted. Releases nearly frozen water across the whole thing. And now it's too cold. So let's cancel those for right now. And not build more of them quite yet. Because it just made this room down in the 50s temperature-wise. We can let the water sit there for a minute. Let it all equalize out. Do all that. This room is now off limits. Do not go down there. Oh, never mind. There was a tile there. Do I have a thing that filters that? Nope, it just goes on through. Well, that'll be a problem. Alright, who's going to be our new friend here? We have a bunch of rust, excavation, and... yeah, excavation and construction. I live with that. Welcome to a bad place to be. That's all I gotta say. Alright, so congratulations. You are going to actually be focused on digging specifically. And then we're going to free up Pi a little bit. So let's go to our schedule. Because you are now here. And priorities. Alright, so you are losing that as a priority and you're gaining that. Alright. Starvation for unreachable food. I am aware. Where is that last puff? Oh, you're probably not in range. Don't do that. Hey, go get that puff. Alright, so the good news is this should give us food. We only have 2 people here now, so we shouldn't have to worry about overwhelming that too much. I still don't have steel for making a better long-term solution, but honestly, putting up an ice plate every so often, not the worst. I'm gonna uncheck liquefiable. Yeah, so it's cooled that down a bit. Oh, that's one thing. That's why the fluid oxygen is like, man, this fluid oxygen's out of control. Why is it so bad? That's right. I put that there so I could put stuff here for liquidifiables. That's fine. We'll just leave that alone. What are you working on? Yeah, so you're working on all that. Alright, so that's now an enclosed space. So as soon as they get this pump built, I could literally just say, don't go in this room anymore. Well, actually, probably have that one. But then don't go in this room anymore, and just let that pump slowly deplete it. We'll leave this door open, that one, no one's allowed in or out. Alright. Okay, lock that one open. And then, like I said, this'll be a one-way door once that's done. And that way you can sit there and continue to drain that. I just realized that's not going to be able to drain these two tiles. That's fine, actually. We'll just put something there later. But we can deal with that when we get there. I should have put that door facing down so it wouldn't really refill up. It's fine. And make it, like, make a little sleeve or, like, a little cut off so they can't get around later anyways. Okay. Alright, so water's basically reached room temperature. So allowing it to pile up like that is no longer beneficial. Just start sweeping it up. You're going a long way for that dirt, which is pretty concerning, actually. Gonna keep doing this. Just like it was before. Same basic plan, gonna expose the oxalate. Reduce the air pressure, that kind of thing. Potentially risk this frozen core. Alright. Okay, so we've got all that going pretty well now, so that's pretty good. The temperature still is not safe up here. At least now I can, like, band-aid fix it from time to time. And the polluted oxygen escaping, just how much there was, has had the unexpected byproduct of making this entire area breathable. So, you know, that's cool. Alright, so I think one of the next things we need to do is I've been half tempted to go up here and seal this off too, which is probably just wasteful. Let's set one of those doors to auto. So that way as I let some of the air out here, it doesn't get worse. Let's just turn the airlock back on. Alright, so you're slowly building that, slowly getting ourselves into here. Alright. And even though I don't think I have that much material for dealing with the polluted oxygen, honestly, do I? Yeah. I could start to deal with this by going to refinement. No, it's ventilation. Where was it? Where are you? Trying to remember where the thing for cleaning up the air is. I could have sworn it was under refinement. It's not here under utilities. It's not automation or any of these things. It's not under medicine. Yeah, it's not there. Ventilation. Oh, it's under oxygen. Okay. Deodorizer, and we will put it there. No, I lied. We'll put it up here. They'll slowly start fixing that problem. Okay. And priorities, I do have some priority farming, right? Yes. Oh, sorry. For right now, you're priority farming. If at any chance you could farm, you farm. And honestly, you both do it. If anything's available for farming, you just deal with it. And just keep doing that until we're fixed. Still no eggs. You don't appear to be getting one, and you don't appear to be getting one. Okay, so you're starving, but food is available now, so you should get up and get food. Alright. Okay, and so with that, this door is now off limits. Just let them start pumping this area out. Carbon dioxide level just keeps going up. Really wish I'd get the opportunity to try and get a slickster again here. It's a shame the other ones died for reasons I don't know. The liquid oxygen keeps building. The air pressure also appears pretty high. There's fine here. Yeah, so it doesn't look like this is ever going to cool off. We were messing with this before, and I just put down the wrong material in that tile, and it messed up everything. Yeah, you don't really need to go in there for anything, do you? It's granite. There's even more stuff on that line. How's our natural gas doing, by the way? Still full. Okay, when I grab... Right, because this is all backed up because I'm just pulling carbon dioxide, and we're still pumping there. We're probably at the point I should just be spacing the extra carbon dioxide. Granted, I don't Oh, right, here, we can actually do that. Because right here is where that rocket was... The rocket goes. So what I can do... is we could put a... valve here. Not liquid. A gas valve. So I can put a gas valve over here that genuinely... I just have it go over here. Where are you? Hoping for a better position for this. That's fine. So what we can do is I can put a gas valve here. Oh, I can be much smarter than this. Don't do that. So I want to do here... How do I want to put this? It'll be spaghetti. It's fine. It'll go with the rest of our spaghetti. So I put it in like this. Yes. And then if I want to get rid of the stuff, I have a vent here. And I do that. We can just open the valve. And with that, I can start dumping all the extra CO2 out into space. There's a bunch of sitting just laying. Well, that's a bit light. Alright, and how are we doing down here? Must finish building all this tile. Okay. In space, no one here you can vent greenhouse gases. I know, right? Yeah, those pipes are backed up. This should be dormant soon. Okay, so both of these are dormant now. So literally it's just until we manage to pump the last of this water out. Once we pump the last of this water out, then all of this will just keep processing what we've got and we won't have to worry about it. Space is just a free dumping area? I know, right? Cool. So first of all, that was a flow valve. That's fine. That'll work as well. It's not what I intended on building, but that'll work as well. Because what I can do is I can just turn the flow valve down to like next to nothing. Alright, so let's go to the CO2 line and reconnect it. I meant to build a shutoff valve. That is a one-way bridge. Ugh. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. I also realize it's not necessarily purely CO2. Where do I filter for CO2? Do I filter for CO2? How is that not a problem before? Well, here's one thing I could do. Yeah, this will be fine. At least new CO2 will just dump out into space. Then go to you and cut this line. Okay, that'll be fine. Yeah, so what that'll do is that'll basically vent all of my natural gas things, at least putting their CO2 out into space. It's not exactly the improvement I wanted, but that is one of my main sources of CO2 dealt with. We have rust, construction, and a bunch of people. All right, well, for rust, hop over here. You can always use more rust over here. And your petroleum reservoirs are basically empty because you're hitting max pressure. Despite literally pumping the CO2 out into space as fast as you can. So it's going to cause us grief. I'm trying to think of the better way of dealing with all that CO2. Again, the plan is just to make a whole bunch of slicksters. Be done with it. Alright. Do I have the materials to make a trap? I usually don't like making the traps, because they're material-wise fairly expensive. Because at the one time you... Well, I mean... Okay, hang on, never mind. I was like, they're expensive. I'm like, oh, right. This is where I make plastic. Yeah, so let's go ahead and make a trap. We'll capture Slickster in it. We'll put it in there. It'll start breeding him and all that kind of stuff. Why are you trapping it? So that I can start breeding them so I can make eggs and all that faster. So I can put it in here. Because it won't let me wrangle them. You can wrangle at the critter drop-off. I have those ones all set here. But there's no wrangle choice here. We're gonna drop off? Okay. We have auto wrangle, and I have them selected. Change the amount to 0. One. Oh, I see. I mean, this feels kind of cheeky, honestly. I see how that works. It feels like it shouldn't work that way. Yeah, but basically it's saying, you're saying like, it'll go out here and say, oh, would you look at that? There's too many. Code is law? What was it saying, code is law? Well, I mean, right. But there's also a thing that feels like, okay, the game wasn't meant to work this way. Okay, I mean, this one I'm not bothered by, because, like, alright. You know, in reality, I should be able to, like, capture the thing. And plus, I've already been screwed enough times by the games with my characters doing like, really dumb stuff and all that. Isn't that place too hot for traps? No, that spot's fine. Down here it's hotter, but up here it's fine. I need to go to your priorities. You are here. So our farmer, you also wrangle. Yeah, you have branching 1. On the drop-off, it's too low. On the drop-off, it's too low. Oh, right. I turned the priority way down earlier. Because the idea is when I went to collect the eggs, I wanted to be something. It's fine. We can get rid of that. The idea is I wanted... We need to disable this from being able to collect those eggs as well. Okay. So earlier what I wanted to actually do with that is I wanted to have it so, when they got one of them, they would drop it here over that one. But yeah, nah, I see what you're saying. Leave that alone. Okay, so the next one we want over here, I want like agriculture and cuisine or something like that. Yeah, this thing worked? Yeah, it just took me a long time to actually be able to retrieve the ice because of how tall this is. That's when you see all these like side things, is they couldn't get down to the ice before they go like down here, then need air, and then stop. What is that? Polluted water, that's fine. Yeah, so I end up digging these like side paths to expose the oxalite. Start making the fire pole and all that. I'm leaving those, like, I'm still building those in because I'm going to end up wanting that stuff later. So that's fine. And that's a source of dirt to keep our stuff going. How are you going down here? You have no power going. You're almost run dry. A shame that's dormant now. It is what it is. There's not much I can do about it. How's the natural gas going still? Still going strong? How much longer till you're not dormant? Way too long. So we're just... Because they're like, oh, I could turn this out to supplement all this stuff so it comes back online faster. But, nope, not looking like it can. Okay. Just continue to store all that polluted oxygen up here as liquid oxygen. Yeah, I just need to keep... Like, we're just getting so much air pressure in so many places. And we're already venting this straight off into space. There we go. So I got one in here. And once it says, like, whatever amount it goes where they're like, they get unhappy, then we'll put that as the max, and then it'll just take all the extras and they'll dump them out here. When in doubt, increase the discharge pipes. Increase the discharge pipes. Oh, just the number of pipes discharging? Yeah. I'm mostly not doing it because, honestly, and it's a laziness thing. I don't want to sit there and carve this entire path out wider and then deal with my spaghetti. I should. I should just be carving this thing out. 3 exhaust pipes going into space. Yeah, I mean, my hope is that I could just build a, like, get a whole bunch of the, slicksters. Because I don't, like, really care about the oil they put out. But they do consume a pretty sizable amount of carbon dioxide. So my hope is if I get a bunch of them, that they'll just gobble up carbon dioxide really fast. Yeah, we got the oxyferns over here. Not the domesticated ones, but wild ones who've had the pips plant. Granted, they've gotten to the point that they ate so much of the CO2 that there's no CO2 left for them. You still haven't built this? Why have you not built this after all this time? Humbered in the bees? Yeah. Well, that should be honestly easy. If I keep this here, it'll just become a CO2 pit over time. So I'll just have enough CO2 to just deal with them anyways. I guess one thing I should do, automation, liquid element sensor. Oh, we're gonna need a knock gate, aren't we? So we'll go here and do automation, liquid element sensor up here. Not. I'm not concerned about exactly what height it does it. Y element? Basically what I'm doing is when the oil gets high enough, I'm going to tell them to stop these machines. When a hydro sensor? I mean, kind of achieves the same goal. If I have a lot of something under here that's not oil, I've got a much bigger problem. That lead might actually overheat down here. We'll see. Oh no, your melting point is way higher. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I feel like between the hydro and the element sensor, in this particular case, it's kind of either or. Set the hydro sensor to a low pressure, set this to oil. Either way, same result. Unless it just so happens to get a pocket of one thing there. You had to worry about, well, lead when overheat is a problem? Yeah, that's what I was thinking already. Let's go ahead and deal with this. Automation. I don't have a whole lot of other stuff to do. Yeah. Oh, it's fine for lead? I thought it would overheat. Oh, the wire can't overheat. We'll do this and this. That should be what I need. Alright, we will have the NOT gate. You're saying... Oh, right, we have... Okay, we can go over here. So you're suggesting instead I do... No, actually, it is under automation. The hydro sensor, this one. Like I said, I think it doesn't really matter in our case, either or, but I think it's fine. The point is I don't want it to get, like, up to this height of oil. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be right about the the height that if I let any more go up, it's going to fill in the slicksters area. Oh, that'll be the oxalate coming down. Honestly, I've got so much oxygen, I don't think I put oxalate to much use. I'm still going to tell them to dig it because, I mean, it's free oxalate. I have restrictions on the store, do I? No? Why did you never build those graves? Fuel for rockets. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like it's oxalate. It's free oxygen. You could use it as fuel if you can keep it, you know, from evaporating and all that kind of stuff. Still not Edward Snowden. So many people see brown hair, blue eyes, and glasses and go, Edward Snowden. And we looked at it for it's like, yep, the facial structure, the jawline, and nothing is right. Do we all look the same to you? Oh, hey, he actually did break a tile. They've been banging in that for a long time. Yeah, it's all me. I've been tempted a few times to put just Snowden as an automatic. Like, it doesn't happen often, but it's like every couple weeks I'll be, hey, you look like this person. And I used to entertain it a couple times where I'd like bring it up and be like, yep, compare it. And you notice it's like really not close. Like, again, the hair color, a little facial hair, white dude with blue eyes, sure. That's kind of where it stops. I'm not the only one. Yeah, no, it's you are not the only one. You are not a zero person. Like, granted, I don't think anyone actually genuinely seriously thinks so, because if so, I mean, again, that's kind of sad. But there has been people that's like, you know, you kind of look like that. You look like a lot like that Rual person. He's a pretty great guy. Aw, thanks. I've had myself compared to... One second, don't mind all that hangout. That's the problem, is I accidentally did this. I look like Patrick Stewart with my bald head. I've had myself compared to a bunch of people. Most of them, it's like, nah, not even close. There's been one or two, it's like, alright. It's like, I don't agree necessarily, but I see it. Do I think Snowden was a cool guy? I don't really have an opinion on one or the other. Because I know there's a lot of people who get upset on one way or the other. It's like, look, man, I really don't care. Alright. So we got Ward City, we got some nutrient stuff. I doubt you're gonna be able to get this planted, but go ahead and try. If we can get a some pips in here. Alright, start burying all these people who died. Alright, because I dropped this as priority. So we got that all moving around, we got that going. I've had them digging down there. Really doesn't matter with that kind of stuff. The Herald gained a skill point as a rancher. Cool. Alright. They're groomed. None of them are mentioning Usually they say, like, reproducing or whatever, like, percent. Which the thing that makes me a little worried is that for some reason they just won't. You just need to try and get more and more of them there. And we're gonna do that until it sits there and says, like, overcrowded, and then we'll start dumping them all out here. Yeah, they aren't tame yet? Oh, right, right. Yeah, it takes... Right, so I gotta wear it down to tameness. Yeah, I forgot there's even a thing in this game. Let's continue to drop all that stuff off in storage. You're still draining all that. That's run dry for a while. Yeah, so you got the very last of the salt waters going through the system now. And then it's going to do nothing but pull from this side. And then that should help us out. In hindsight, I should have just taken this latter part a while back. And built in our storage thing. Oh, I missed one. Does give a little bit more of a buffer that I don't have to worry about. I didn't see what it was trying to warn me of. Okay, so we've got you here. Well, we should pipe this differently. And, like, that's not how I'm going to leave it piped. What I'll ultimately do is cut this line, cut that line, cut that line. Alright, Cryo, you take it easy. Nice having you. Alright, cut that line, cut this line, and cut that line. Cut this line. We'll just leave the spare pipe there at the moment. And then when I get that reservoir built, it'll just give me more of a buffer. And keep these pumps going a little bit more. Okay, so you're tame, and you're reproducing. And you're also reproducing. Cool. I wonder how many critters this room can handle before it's considered crowded. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, that's all improving. We've got good food going on there. This is still cagey. You say 4, 5. I was thinking 5. Because I usually end up making those rooms about the same size, just how it works out. And it's usually around 5 that ends up being my cutoff before it starts having problems. I'm going to bring the oxalate back and put into storage. That's cool. Oh, enable auto harvest on you. Okay. Alright, so we are getting the wood to be able to power all this stuff if we want to. I haven't really been worried about it because that's been just straight up full. I forgot I had this thing just to dump water into this whole thing. Oh well. Hopefully they'll bury these people up at some point. Can I increase your priority? It's fine. Because if I can store a bunch of that, it could just sit in there, and if the air pressure starts getting too low, it'll start off-gassing again. So it kind of self-solves that problem. Oh, hey, clean that up. Clean that up, too. Clean this up as well. Honestly, disassemble this thing. We'll end up having to figure out how I'm going to deal with the water here. Like, I probably should just have it up here. I mean, honestly... Yeah, honestly, we could just have it say, any extra water you got, just dump it on down in there. Alright, well now you're complaining about food, and you actually have it, so I don't want to hear about it. How are you doing, by the way? Have you emptied out these containers? Yeah, so you're actually depleting the water, but it's fine. Because it's passing them on to this colony who's just using it, so we're just feeding that water into the system as fast as we can, which is fine. This means we'll go through the water over here faster to get rid of it. Yeah, so we've got all the brine coming in here. Somewhere in here we should see those going down. Little glass droplets going down in here. How much glass do I have? I haven't been keeping an eye on that. Do I have an obnoxious amount of glass now? I mean... 21 tons seems like a pretty significant amount of glass. Maybe we stop making glass for a little while. Let's go ahead and give the glass a little break for a little bit here. 21 tons is a little bit of glass we can be pulling from. Hey, larva egg, cool. Alright, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do this now. Don't auto-wrangle those. So right now I'll set that to 6. I fully expect them to get glum from that amount. Alright, so you're decently doing well, so we'll go ahead and give you supplying. We could definitely use one more person over here. Probably someone to specifically do agriculture. Because if I do that, it'll free up everyone else to not have to worry about it at all. I should probably take one of them off of agriculture. So what's going to be more important? There we go. You shouldn't be starving. There's plenty of food. Alright, our power has gone out in here. That's not what you want to see. Because I want to say, don't they eat an absolutely obnoxious amount of carbon dioxide? The melting point of it. Yeah, so every cycle they consume 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide. So that's somewhere in the area of 10 full blocks of carbon dioxide of roughly what we've got. So the idea is that we get a good like 5, 10 or so of those, they're just going to start destroying the carbon dioxide. Because that was what we had the main base carbon dioxide handled with. And then something happened to the slicksters. I think it may have been temperature. No, it wasn't temperature. That's right. They got this weird pathing issue where they kept going down here and they couldn't get back up. And then they all died down there. Hey, mage, how's it going? So I can go here. Is make another place to have slicksters. Because, like, right now I've got this up here. This is a drop-off point. Alright. Yeah, and soon enough we'll start getting some polluted water through here. And so you start getting some polluted water, we'll start going here and other places. Alright. Temperature still recovering. I'll get here. Nice to hear. It's going pretty good. Just been chilling, making it happen. Alright. Oh, this is gonna be one of those things I'm gonna have to do this again. Alright, go to the main power cable here. Snip. So take all of that off the system. Because I need them to start producing petroleum again to get this back online. The problem is the air pressure is just getting too high here. Like I said, I do think that will improve if I just get the slicksters under control. That's another thing. Go ahead and get rid of that canister thing. And start mining this away. Muckroot. Yep. We go here and we're gonna say muckroot is. Yeah, they're all working on building stuff. No one's hauling. There's just corpses everywhere. Does that negatively affect their mood? Nope, they're just like, alright, whatever. It's a body, it happens. Okay. At some point, if I ever get the power stable, I might make this a vacuum again, and then mess around with this. Because if it's a vacuum, I shouldn't have to worry about too much of a problem here. There's food here. Stop worrying about starving. I'm just gonna let them keep doing their thing till they catch up. Alright. I wonder what happens if I put a grooming station out here. Would it still work? Like, would you be able to, like, just groom literally all of them? Assuming they were able to reach you, which they can't. Must be a stable. I thought so. I thought I remember reading that. I could see making more of these rooms down the road. There's a bunch of slimes from this puff just dropping that all there. Okay. There's plenty of food. Stop complaining about. Alright, so power went off for a while. That's fine. The reason that's fine is because I still have these buffer chests that are full. The desalinizer's only going so fast. Okay. Yeah, so temperatures are going down. Basically what happens is every so often, this will release a line of really hot petroleum for the other place, which is what's bringing it up, and then I have the entire rest of the time will bring the temperature back down. Like, my getting starvation alerts if the dupes are having trouble getting home in time to eat the breakfast. Some might need longer breaks to have time. Gotcha. Longer breaks. Ugh. I don't want to give them longer breaks. What do they think this is? Fine. That one's gonna stay just the way it is. Yeah, because we got long commutes. It's gonna be, let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of these. Well, anyone who's doing like the hauling stuff is the one who had the really bad commutes. Because they have to like run all the way down to a place like this to grab the stuff to bring it back. Suppose they should only need 2 blocks of sleep since it doesn't matter what time they go to bed. Once they reach it, they sleep for the full duration. Oh, interesting. So you're saying actually I can go like this. And that's fine, and then we could just cannibalize that. Oh, I didn't realize it was the bath time. Yeah, let's add that. Okay. Okay, so they don't need that building anymore. They got the petroleum back online. The reservoir's getting full. Alright. And this does mean, however, I need to go back to our power connection here and reconnect it. Which does mean this will never get a break again. Because I need to keep the cooling on or this will eventually overheat again. I'm gonna have to ship sand in, or glass in here at some point. I haven't seen meteors in a long time that I'm aware of. Now granted, as much as these are all getting banged up, maybe that's just me not noticing. So what I am gonna try doing, though... Alright. Oh yeah, you're connected now, that's right. So we can go to stations. What does it require for the observatory again? Well, it wasn't that, it was this. Enclosed telescope versus the full one. Let's see. The flu went around my family. We've been house hunting all month. I got bit by a dog a couple weeks ago, so I had to get a rabies shot. That's no fun. None of those things you described sound like fun. I'm so sorry to hear all that. That pup is still living its best puff life. I mean, for one more year and then it'll be a gone puffed. But still, you know, it's doing its thing. All right. So what I wanted to do... It says exposed to space. I'm assuming it does have to be up here. So I put up there without air. They'll keep running back and forth. I think the first step is to make an actual airlock up here.
Thank you Darksynth for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Darksynth, for subscribing for 1 month. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for using your Prime Gaming sub here. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and that does mean a lot. Out of all Twitch, this is the place you felt like it would do the most, so I really do appreciate that. Oh yeah, you're not gonna be able to climb then, are you? That's fine. Go ahead and put this here. Put that there. Just made a quick airlock. I'll put like some stuff for pulling air in here. All right. Because then I'm going to start trying to get a telescope of some kind set up here. So I could start locating the next planet. Alright, you've got all this going on. You're doing all good here. Don't care what's happened over there anymore. Life moves forward, though sometimes hurt. Yeah. There's life. Take the good with the bad. Take it day by day. That's all you can do. Alright. Yeah, so they are absorbing a lot of carbon dioxide. I'm like watching the natural gas level slowly creep down. It'll take a little while for the pressure to balance out, but you can already see like this is all fairly even, and this is still at like 3,200, and this is at 2,300. Alright, so change that one to 1,500. No, change that one. Change that one to, because it's above. So I want that to toggle on and off. That way there's room for this one primarily to start pulling air. Because this is where I need to get the air out of the most. Versus this should be getting consumed by the slicksters at least a decent amount now. Okay. Do I have the materials to actually build an incubator down here and use it? Because the last time, well, no, let's not add more onto the power load if I don't have to. All right. So we got the petroleum going. We'll keep that, you know, doing its thing. The air's all in great shape up here. If we get an opportunity to get a slickster egg here, we're going to take the slickster egg, we're going to drop it down in this area somewhere. Like, I've got the room here. That might be where it just goes for right now, which would be fine, I guess. I'm trying to think if I would just... So I actually don't have anything wired in here that I care too much. This wouldn't be a hard room to make a new room from. It is surprising we've been cooling this whole area off. I don't actually think I have... Like, the hottest area right now is by where those slicksters are. Because all of this, I've been cooling down this whole time. Alright. Yeah, so we're just continuously producing salt and water. Yeah, you're still dormant for 30 cycles and you just came off dormancy. That's fine. It's the brine is the one I want to deal with. I mean, this is all of the brine we had from that thing running for hundreds of cycles, just dumping brine out the side of it because I wasn't ready to deal with it. Oh, good. They buried all the bodies, finally. Alright, what have you got for me? Choose blueprint. Slickster larva, I can work with that. So you. So we'll choose that Slickster larva, yes. Go over here and under food, build a critter drop off. And set to wrangle 0. Like, regardless of anything, wrangle 0. And honestly, anything... Yeah. We dump everything over there. Auto wrangle. I'm gonna make that priority for basically anything that's inside that room. I believe we have someone here who can wrangle, right? Yeah, Rongar can. I'm pretty sure Rongar can. Yeah, critter ranching. If you look at Rongar, ranching's your highest priority. So you should be grabbing the Slickster larva and getting it out of here. Alright. For the moment, I'm going to delete that tile. Honestly, do I just want to dump this oil out? I can certainly live with that. And I'll fix it up properly later. So I'm just going to dump oil out just into the reservoir below. Because it's never going to be enough to be worth my time. At least not for a very long time. So I just want to get them in here to start taking care of it. Why are you not wrangling it? Oh, you must have, because I don't see it any. Oh, never mind, there it is. Why aren't you wrangling it? Alright. Errands. Pen status okay is what all of them say. We said auto wrangle 0 creatures. We'll hit all creatures, see if that fixes it. Well, that was, I was showing earlier that if I put this so it's considered the space. Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm just putting this for all creatures to be auto-wrangled. Just because any creature I have in here is not going to see. Gotcha, gotcha. Good to know. Yeah, so I want to dump it in here for now. That's good enough for now, and then later on we'll do more. Okay, good. So they did replace the mesh tile. So that, you know, if they do get down below, they won't die. Because then it should make this a stable. Try lowering it to 5. Yeah, so my only concern is this place is cold enough that the slicksters will probably be unhappy down here. But I think that's okay, because as they absorb this, it should thin the air, and it should come up farther. Or we'll deal with the thing where we're not getting enough auction all that in there. Got people running around idle while I have Slickster going here. Alright, so that finishes the outside structure of that. So we're still waiting for this to finish depleting that. It's unreliable on its power. It should improve in time. Why aren't you doing that? Rongor's literally has the highest priority. It just says 10 is okay. So Rongor, why aren't you doing with that? Your status idle. You're just storing stuff. Does it have to be an adult, I'm guessing? Well, I hope it lives long enough to be an adult. There's no carbon dioxide in here for it to breathe. So it'll probably start starving. It's also not in the livable range of temperature in here. That doesn't seem to work. Let's see if we put a trap in here, because I'm worried if I don't do anything about it, it's just going to die, which doesn't do much for me. And I can always just get more plastic anyways. Where's your trap? There you are, critter trap. I'm assuming it's because it's a small one. But I need to get out of here before it starves. Alright, if you could just move that. Perfect. Definitely go down in here. Okay, cool. Yay, welcome to your new home, baby Slickster. Alright. Yeah, so that's the problem, is this area is actually cold enough. It's not in its livable temperature range. So this is okay up here. But only a little. That room's much hotter. It might be one of those things that what I'm going to do is replace one of those insulated tiles with a regular tile to let that heat bleed in a bit more. Yeah, I should be able to read it regardless. You can go in there and deal with it. Just get it done. Okay, and how are we doing over here? The eggs are all incubating. Getting more Slickster eggs, so that's all good. We're about to get to the point with the petroleum where it kicks over. That's getting pretty close to temperature that this is going to start turning off again. Oh, good. So I got that sorted out. So then the plan here is Then a chamber here. And I'm going to want to see what I can do out here. So we'll add ventilation. Two mini pumps. A high pressure valve. Just take whatever gas they get, pump it right back out. Okay. And now I can sit there and, you know, pump this area out, make it into a vacuum. I'm gonna need... Oh, I need to make room for a spacesuit area. We can fix it. I could just make this longer and go around kind of thing. That'll be okay. I really only need, like, one of them up there. Actually, I need to do that. And just get rid of this. Get rid of that, put the spacesuit checkpoint there, or atmosphere suit checkpoint there, and then the suit right there. Because I'm not going to need a bunch of them, just one to, like, kind of run out here and do that. Alright, how are you doing over here? Oh, for a moment it looked like the atmosphere is super thin instead of being extremely high pressure. Oh good, you're actually slowly getting rid of the entire reservoir of water by just continuously wiping one spot. Nicely done. Tons of regolith, all the bodies are dealt with. You're set to deconstruct that tile. Still not building that? Oh, it turned back into ice. Okay, I was like, what? That's fine. Alright. Oh, and I should have glass here? Which I totally forgot about. To give us some renewable power. To keep stuff running without as much fuel usage. We'll say 5. Alright. So we're getting there. We have suits for all that. Cool. They're still just cleaning up messes everywhere. These are getting pretty full, honestly. How goes... Yep, still more than enough natural gas. Was that supercoolant on top of the oil? No, it would have been, we go down here. That's ethanol. If it is supercoolant, that would solve a lot of things. And I am deliberately dumping it down here. I have a filter on here to separate. Do I have a filter on this to separate? Did I get rid of it? I think I did. So let's not do what I was right about to do. There we go. Because then we should start being able to mop up the ethanol. Like, I've got a little bit here and there. This does have a liquid element sensor that I use to turn it off anytime we get something I'm not supposed to have on there. It hasn't seen action in probably like 500 cycles. Alright. You just laid yourself another egg, so that's 3 incubating eggs here. All of them viable. Alright. Oh, right. The reason I'm not seeing it pull the water from up there, if we're looking at the brine, the reason we're not seeing this go down is it's pulling from brine, so it'll be this that'll be losing its volume. So you can look at that and see that going down in volume over here. Okay, it's like, man, it's just not, it doesn't even look like it's making progress. It's like, right, it's not pulling that type of liquid yet. Yeah. Soon enough, it'll be splitting the liquid types, which will help. Probably need to seal that thing off. Alright, so what do we got today? 10 agriculture. Alright, have I got the colony for you? That's not the one. Welcome. Don't worry about what happened earlier. I assure you, there was not a lot of people dying here at a previous date. So you are farming. There you go. Priorities. Quinn here, Beatty. You farm. You know what else you do? Nothing. You farm. We'll actually put all this other stuff. There's priorities as well. Okay, let's actually check our priorities again here. Well, we have skills. Honestly, this character has very little they like to do. We're gonna give you cooking. Alright. So now we're gonna go priorities. So, okay. So you can cook now. You don't do anything, you just dig, and you farm. Let's go to our schedules. And that's Quinn's schedule. Alright, so that brings in our newest dupe to help, you know, balance this all out. We will end up needing to expand our food supply now. But that's okay. We've been having no problems with the water whatsoever. I'm going to actually do is uproot this one mealwood on the far end here. And I'm going to switch that over to the blossom, whatever they're called. We're actually cooking food now. So we're going to get more mileage out of our food. Okay. And it's looking like the amount of polluted oxygen we have in here is going down slowly. Alright. So now, you. Copy your settings there. You said no seed available. There's a seed right over here. Not the wart seed, the other one right in front of it. There's definitely a seed available. It's right there. Blossom seed. You'll figure it out, Quinn. I have... Look, I actually don't have much faith in you, but I can pretend. I can pretend for a moment I have faith in you. What I would really like is to find a new pip. So I can bring the new pip down. You need lights. That's right. That's totally fine. You're probably space exposed. No, you're not. So you can deconstruct that one. No, that'll be too high. It's fine. Furniture. Ceiling light. How is Meep treating you today? Meep. Alright, let's see here. Where is furniture? There we go. So you're getting diagonal from there. We'll do that. The reason I'm not doing the whole thing and just that I guess you're not gonna have enough material. The reason I'm doing just that much is that way we'll keep just a few in here that's not gonna gobble up more water for the time being. Mix it up a little. But we need to get those built. We should be alright, because I should have plenty of gold laying around everywhere. Alright, and they're cleaning all that up so they don't slosh through that constantly be like, man, we're getting all wet. You are producing a lot of heat. Now I look at that. I think they'll be okay. That should free up dupe labor too. Oh, this will? Gotcha. So it might be time to do. It might be time to go right here and say, hey, you know what we should do? Oh, we don't have ice. I would say, we should put another template for the ice to bring that temperature down just a smidge. Yeah, mealworm is labor intensive? Gotcha. If it starts to get too hot, we'll, yeah, it's gonna get too hot. Because once I start pumping the water through here at a reasonable speed, it's gonna warm up these tiles. Who is our builder out of this group? You farm, you dig. Ah, that would explain it. There isn't one. I mean, at this point, bring those down to even. So you build when you're not needed for other things. For the matter, forget all that. Forget all that. Forget all that. Forget most of this. Forget all that. Forget all that. Forget all this. Forget all that. I mean, you're basically done there, right? Alright, that way, because I wanted one to finish building that pole, so they don't have to constantly run up to get air. I would like them to get some more of the ice accessible. Because we get the ice accessible, we can go over here and say, yeah, let's just tone it down a smidge. It's just a little on the hot side. Let's just tone it down a smidge. So we put it here, and I bring the temperature of the water down real fast, and then they pump it over there. That should help. Gotta catch every seed larva individually. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. Alright, so you got that going on. These should be hatching soon to give us more slicksters. But as you can see, the natural gas level just keeps going down. And that is because the slicksters are consuming a lot of carbon dioxide among other things. The pressure's still getting too high up here. Which is what's going to happen to this. It's going to shut off because of the air pressure. And I have this thing going constantly. I'm going to end up needing the second one with a whole second committed pipe. Okay, so I managed to make that a vacuum up there. That's good news. Alright, so what I should do here, if I'm being good, is we will have stations. We have an atmosphere suit checkpoint. An atmosphere suit. And we will run power to it. And honestly, this is going to be basically nothing but oxygen almost up here. So that's our committed oxygen route. Don't really have a good run. So it's oxygen from here. Yeah, from here it's oxygen. And the only reason I'm doing that is this could have hydrogen in it, and I want to avoid that problem. Alright, so all of the bridges. There we go. So that'll bring oxygen up here. They'll be able to get their spacesuits. With that, we'll go rocketry. It'll do an enclosed one. Oh, I got a little piece of bridge. Enclosed, and I'll have to start digging this out. It's in danger of getting hit by meteors, but my hope is that I'll be able to put the meteor defense thing right next to it. The meteor blaster. The thing is, you put out a redonkulous amount of power. Like like I almost, with how much that does damage and all that, I kind of want to just take this and just let it get smacked by meteors from time to time and put up with it. Because at least this gives me the regolith and all that, and sure, I have to fix the stupid thing again and again. But I think the consequence of just all of that heat and having to manage that, I'd rather just not. Not right now, at least. Alright. Anyways, if you bear with me for a moment, chat, I need to quickly get up and stretch my legs and use the restroom and all that. So thank you again so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, hosts, donos, and the raids. It all helps, and I really do appreciate it. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so we still got this going on. Alright, you became an adult. You're still pretty wild. I'm surprised that's not getting done faster. I figured Rongor would actually be getting those taken care of relatively quick. It's fine. That's going well. But yeah, the reason I want the slicksters as far as processing this, if you think about it, if I have, let's say, five slicksters fit in this area before they start having a penalty, and they each are consuming 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide a day, that's 100,000 that's 100, sorry. That's 100 kilograms of carbon dioxide they'll consume each and every day. And like getting a little bit of oil out of it, you know, that's cool and all that. But nowhere near as big a deal. Alright, so we're having the problem now that I'm actually getting ahead of what that can even handle. Which is a concern. Am I... So I am already pushing gas over there. But the issue is I'm starting to produce so much natural gas. Is there someplace else here I could burn natural gas that'd be worth doing? Okay. Rust barbecue. Let's bring the barbecue over here. So insufficient ice, did it freeze over again? It did freeze over again. Which is interesting, because what that's going to mean is when I dig that out to the ice blocks, it's going to fall down there. And it'll just grab more ice and all that. Alright. Got a little bit more to do there, and then we're good. What do you have here that's off-gassing? Do you have slime? No. What up there is off-gassing? We don't have the bleach stone. They are willing to take the oxalate, but that's definitely not off-gassing that. Maybe the pips ate too many beams. The pips unfortunately have been gone for a long time, so it's not, we don't care about the eggs, they're not going to go up here. I was looking for like polluted dirt or polluted mud or slime. But no, it's... Oh, whatever it is. Oh, no. So you have some. Whatever's in this container. Might just be what's sitting on the ground in front of it. Alright, go here real fast. Copy settings. And don't touch the thing in that one, because that one's special. That's our polluted water reservoir. Why is your pipe blocked? Oh, that's out? Oh, and that's it. Okay, that's right. Airflow tile makes liquids invisible for some reason. Might check that in the mats overlay. Oh, I see. Where did it go? Oh, it's already... It might be wherever the green thing is there, but I can't get a look. Well, it's gone now, whatever it is. Huh. Yeah, it may have been polluted dirt, like super duper trace amounts or something, maybe. It'd be nice if they would get those last two there. If I copy settings from you, come on, mouse. Yeah, I didn't think so. I have to uproot that before I can swap it. That's fine. Cool. Because that one should be fine and start actually producing. Still mostly good here. There's so many eggs being made here. All right. How's the temperature of those pipes? Still doing good. Bringing it down. Oh, that's full. That's full. I was saying now I should kick over a bunch of the petroleum to the other base. Alright. And how are you doing? So you're tame and reproducing. Nice. Alright, so we're still reducing the amount of brine in there. Water level... I can't tell if it's going up or down. I think it's actually going up with this polluted. But I think it'll be one of those things that we will be able to recover this over time. Get it sorted out. The big thing at the moment is the power just isn't stable here. How are you doing? You're still full on natural gas, like completely full. Turn this thing on for a while. I was so worried about running out of natural gas entirely because this dormant lasts for so long. And my reservoir is still completely full. Like the pipe is full, the whole length of this is full. The natural gas is getting chucked into all these extra containers, which is why this is all getting full. It's just spilling over. I need to be burning it. So we turn this on, it will add support to this system to keep it running, which runs these as well. It also runs the base's cooling and all the other stuff. And honestly, I'm tempted to go over here and turn those back on to try and get this to be a vacuum. And if I can get that a vacuum, then I might go down here and start making bad decisions with that. But I was thinking, what if there were an encircle the magic? What if you were to encircle the magic tile on that volcano with air flows, then dig out a square opening, it would turn the liquids into steam? Would it be faster? They're saying encircle the magic tile. Thinking if you were to encircle the magic tile on that volcano with air flows to dig out and then dig out the square opening, it then would turn the liquids into steam. Would it be faster? Yeah. So you're saying basically have like the one tile of lava, and then a way like have this allow the lava to get out to make this go. So the problem is it would make a ridiculous amount of pressure. Right now, this airlock's not going to work. That's kind of why I wanted to get this sorted out. My hope was that I could actually get like a little thing here. Can't build enough volcano itself. Yeah. Okay, so we're now starting to see the pressure go down here. As you can see, like the brine has dropped down a level. And that's just because we're actually managing to pump this. So this you'll start seeing the water level drop here. You're starting to see it drop up here. The good news will be once we start getting more than just brine, where we start getting brine and polluted and a little bit of good water and all that. I have a bunch of different reservoirs to it go, so it should just be able to keep going versus the other one. When this container fills up, it's going to lock up again because they just don't have enough storage. Because the alternative would be to like just dump it back in there. You could vacuum next to the door. You could, let's see, you could vacuum. You could get a vacuum next to that door by building and deconstructing tiles diagonally. Yeah, like putting a spot there and removing it. Yeah, we could get a vacuum. Oh, you're saying to avoid having it bleed in there kind of thing. Insulate it. Yeah, but I'd probably... Oh, I mean, the problem is right now I have these power wires here. I could see sitting there doing something like putting a door down here and just having them go up and in. Because sure, it will eventually, like, push the air back up. But I think that'd be fine. Because you could just put an airlock like that. That should do the same thing. Let's do that now before I've got a lot out there. Because this door is restricted. No, you can go out, but you can't go in. We're going to restrict it both ways at this point. They're just going for it. Still not meaningfully hitting the capacity of our natural gas. There's the one thing I was curious about. And you... Yeah, so you're just hooked up to the whole thing. But still not even meaningfully touching the natural gas. Cool. Yeah, so now they can go in and out of this door. And that's fine. So sweep that if you can. Because it should basically work. Alright. Yeah, because I make this a vacuum out here. Then I can take these open and, yeah, let out a little bit of superheated air. What was overheating now? What is actually overheating here? So the metal refinery was overheating. What is here that's made so fragile? Oh, it's trying to let out the absurdly hot water. It's just immediately breaking again and again. It's fine. Yeah, I can't imagine what the pipe is that it's overheating that fast. It's fine, I got plenty of steel, so which I just turned it off, but we'll have to deal with that. Alright. Probably not the pipe overheating, it's that the water is boiling in the pipe. Ah, yeah, that makes way more sense. Or if you don't care about destroying the liquids, 2 doors with automation inside a volcano room. With the automation, delete liquids. Oh, you're saying have the doors just open, close, open, close, open, close kind of thing? And just nope it out of existence? Ooh, steel. You need to be here. I want the steel here. Because with that steel, I can actually put a proper, like, cooling thing in here. I also appreciate that I'm kind of just turning this whole thing is just turning into ice this way. Alright. So, that should be enough steel that we can go over here and choose utilities, thermal regulator, steel, plunk that bad boy down right there. We'll end up mining all of this out, which is planning on doing anyways, so it's fine. Not touching that thing, because that's 700 degrees pumping out of there, hydrogen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make another thing like we have here, except for the purpose of, instead of turning liquid, like turning polluted oxygen to liquid oxygen like we're doing here, the intent is instead going to be to just make a cooling system. Still don't know why you're not going here. That shouldn't be unreachable. Why are you unreachable? You've got a suit here. It's full and functional. You climb down, you walk through. There's no restrictions on any of these doors. Why are you unreachable? Oh, yes. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm sitting here trying to figure out, like, the pathing so far as ladders and everything, just not look at the fact that the dupes too tall to fit underneath there. Okay. So that fixes that problem. Oh, let's go check on all of you down here. There's so many eggs down here incubating. Which is perfect, because just 2 of them are managing to hit the carbon dioxide real hard on this side. And so all I need to do is if I get a bunch of them, it's just gonna keep pulling it down. Dupes haven't evolved in the crouch. Look, man, they got a bad back. We don't need to pick on them. Okay. So it's weird that that's not being built. Wait. Did I accidentally cancel your power cable? No, I didn't. That's fine. Do we actually get metal for the better power cable? No. They can stand in magma, but they can't go on their knees for a distance of a single tile. Yep. They just have a stiff back. Yay, for power generation. That doesn't require me to shove wood and all this and whatnot. And honestly, now that I think about it, why would I not just immediately go, hey, telescope? Actually, cancel that one. How do I have a pipe that has oxygen already in it? Yes, that's oxygen out there. Well, in theory, it's oxygen out there. It's going to be polluted oxygen, a bunch of stuff. Let's just maybe leave the regular telescope here for now. We'll break that ladder. We'll do this. Like, this isn't going to be used yet. But I'm just going to slap a telescope up here and have them try their best in the vacuum, knowing I'm going to be releasing little bits of oxygen pretty regularly. And they don't have the suits and what they need to make suits or anything like that here, and I'm not going to bother trying to do all that investment. I'm just going to basically have them try their best to just stand in the telescope and make it work. I keep changing my mind on that fact, by the way. If I were to build the enclosed one here, do the power, and it'll take a little bit of damage from this. In theory, that should do that. And it should bleed a little extra oxygen on the way by, that's fine. It doesn't need to be a bunch of oxygen dumping in there all at once. I can also cut those 2 tiles. If they get all that set up, then we could start having one of them, like, start looking for the next planet or whatever. And that's the same thing I'm trying to get set up on this one. Because now I can go up here. Well, actually, they have the spacesuit, so I'm not going to worry about the bigger one. So I'm going to try and do, and this is going to be a mistake, is I'll put the regular telescope right here. We'll go power. Now comes the tricky part. The fact that, like, 1,000 cycles with the regolith has built up above them. Because of the meteors. And I'm just gonna, like, get smacked by meteors. I don't care. Once we've investigated the area around it, I'm done with it anyways, so... eh. It sounds like a someone else's problem. Okay. And you're getting pretty close to hatching. You're still doing your thing there, and still doing their thing there. Alright, so you gained a skill point. Super duper digging. And there's Ren. I'm guessing you'll still be fine. We're not going to have Ren do more than that, and I'm not even touching any of the ones back at the main base. Because, like, all of them will just get upset with me. Right, I should have programmed the automation in these so that if there's, like, no meaningful amount of gas in there, they just turn off so they're not wasting power. But, it's fine. And you're just going for it. Yeah, so they've backed up the brine pipe. The desalinization's only so fast. It's fine. The good news, like, they're keeping this full, and I've had this exporting the water the whole time. I'm surprised the other location hasn't started to back up its water supply. Oh, it actually has. I actually do need to stop exporting that water. It is overflowing. Alright, so bear with me. We go to pipes. And we go right. Give me a mouse. Give. Snip. Yeah, so... Alright. I can fix that to keep going by just doing this. That way all that extra water will still process, will just drop in the reservoir here. You are trapped. Where have you trapped yourself? That is a lot of regolith you just dropped there. How did you get out here without your suit? Oh, it doesn't work because it's waterlogged? Okay, that's kind of lame. Alright, well, look. Could I get you to prioritize that, please? Yeah, I gotta get that sorted. I don't have anyone here who can reasonably pick up the astronomy, right? So it'd be 2 points. And no one's invested in that direction. So you're the best one to potentially take this on, because you got the best morale to spare. So we'll have you grab astronomy. Unless I just get one more dupe, because I used to have 4 dupes here, and it should be able to handle 4 dupes. You know, this is one thing I should have set up for a long time. Automation, wire. Set that up so it disables the wheel, so I don't have to keep turning it on and off. Wait, are you on a line that already has power going through it? Yeah, stop. Stop, you. That literally is already doing stuff. You don't need to help it. Alright, so that's making eggs. Those are both stuck because of the desalinization nonsense. Alright, so yeah, so now we're starting to fill up the reservoir with water to keep that moving, to keep the desalination running. Alright. And that's still basically full. And it's full because this one is going to be grabbing a bunch of air. And it's going to be mostly natural gas. It's going to be refilling as we go. And we're spacing all that carbon dioxide, which is fine. Okay. There, we're getting closer to making both of these into vacuums. Because then I'll go down here and I'll try to do what we were going to do in the first place, is where you see that gold, that was supposed to be steel. And I just accidentally put the wrong tile, which is why this is all a mess. Because it's going to make this all get super duper cold. And this doesn't have a zero amount of... Actually, it does. What? It's fine. The point is I want to cool it down, because if I can cool that one down so it won't immediately evaporate stuff, I can then put a thermal tile here, which should be able to take that steam and bounce it back and forth from steam to water to steam to water, and see what we can do with that. Now, that might absolutely go terrible, but that's also why I'm going to have this here. So that if things go bad, we just write that off and never come back. Alright. The good news is we're getting through the brine here. Once that's done, that's just one less thing I have to worry about ever. What have you done this time? I see. Scalding? Why is that like 200 something degrees? Oh, because the regolith is like 300 degrees. Yeah, that'd do it. I hadn't anticipated. That explains why it was like, at first I had just one insulation tile here. I was like, oh, this won't be bad. It's all cold. Right. But all that ridiculously hot regolith from the meteors built up the temperature over time. Alright, Steve earned a skill point. Okay, and Steve is the one I was saying we're going to start having do astronomy. Meanwhile, you can just not do anything because it'll hurt your morale too much. Yeah, that's the reason I'm digging this up, is so we can get line of sight on that. Alright, new printables. What do you got for me? Yeah, we'll go over here. Who's got the lowest calories? 34,000, 39,000. Alright. Welcome to... some new recipes. Alright. So I keep hoping that between this door opening and closing again, we'll be able to, like, manage to start mopping some of this up. That'll work. Because I'll start mopping it to get rid of some of that. Look, I keep telling you to do this, and you're not. So, if you would just dig up that one spot of regolith. Thank you. It's pretty annoying that it... Like, I mean, I realize I'm the one who opened that up. Part of me is hoping that we get one more hit of the regolith, and it causes that to steam up again. Because if it becomes steam again, then that might be enough that I can just mop it up and I don't have to go through a whole process with it. Yeah. Become steam. All right. Because the worst thing, I have those suits that'll handle all of this. But, they're not using them because it's flooded. And I wasn't expecting to have that much of a water problem, which is on me. I need to sweep that up before we have a bunch more melt as well. That's fine. They're working on it. Meanwhile, you should be real close. So 86% of the way to hatching. Okay. Oh, and you laid one out here, too. Awesome. More. Okay, so as soon as we get someone capable of astronomy, there we go. Alright, and you're good for digging that out. You can dig this out and those. And then we can start closing off the this to start setting it up. I'll have to sweep all the material in and all that kind of stuff, which is going to be a pain, but that's fine. Okay, still got storage over here. Alright, so you didn't have enough iron for that piece of wire. So let's see if I can get... Just connect that. Once you connect that, I can attach the rest. Oh, you can just mine out from down here? Then yeah, just mine from down here. Go ahead and deconstruct that ladder. Alright. It's free oxygen time. Alright. So pretty soon we'll see this top layer of polluted water drop down. These are all going okay. You supposedly laid an egg. Do I have my storage wrong somewhere? Okay. First of all, critter eggs, larva egg, molten larva egg. Alright. Let's check our storage. Go here. Critter eggs excluded. Copy. Paste it to our whole storage there. And there. I don't think there's any other storage I could think of. I don't see any stuff there. We check this grill. I shouldn't have omelets set. I do not. Let's double check. What was your percent? Because 2%, I'm assuming you just had an egg. I don't see one here. It's not down here in the pool down below. Okay, there we go. So it was somewhere. All right, cool. 99% viable. All right, so I need this to... When are you going active? Not for a long time. Because this is like on the edge of what is acceptable for the temperature that this thing's cool with. All right. Hey, Afronasia, how's it going? Yeah, venting that there. Get our liquid oxygen there. Doing well. Awesome. I'm pulling all that up. A little tired. Drawn a bit. Drawn a bit. Gotcha. Drawing side is a good time. Alright, so trying to contain that heat as best we can in there. Yeah, doing good on air pressure in here. Just getting some hydrogen here because that's finally running again. So, that's good news. And we can go ahead and mine you up. But did that create a vacuum because it... No, it's blue there. Cool. Alright. Alright, we're about to have the first ones hatch. I'll mine that tile and that tile. Got all that going and that going as well. Okay, I think we just... Yeah, so I gotta watch the temperatures right now. I am pumping the extremely hot petroleum through the base now. But that also means I've got that petroleum running our generators over here now. So those are running without people needing to be in wheels like this one. Or this one up here. Alright. We've got all this going on. I do want them to fix... You know, honestly, let's start working on this. So they can't really climb up here easily. I believe a ladder can go over the big heavy cable. Right, so with that, I should be able to go up here and say, mine those 2 blocks. And also mine that, because it should be reachable from that platform. But since all that's reachable from there, they can mine all of that and still be in good shape. Yeah, with that, they can put the slicksters over here. The downside is this is too cold for slicksters. I don't have a place I could put the slicksters that's a good temp for them. Which honestly is not that big deal in my mind. Alright, so we got that a vacuum. That's almost a vacuum down here. Be the next thing we'll mess with. Alright. Okay, they did get all the way up to space. And this is still a problem, which is very unfortunate. I don't know what the best way of dealing with this is. My hope was that just the opening and closing a door, but it does seem to be displacing the water properly. I was hoping I could, like, make that work. So let's expand it on our tile over this way. And then we'll delete that tile. Because it doesn't do me any good to have a spacesuit that you can't use. And they've constructed this. Then deconstruct that tile. Because then I also have to start taking apart all the regulars above. Which, like I said, that's probably going to get smacked by a meteor or two. But I'm okay with repairing it. Alright. And suit-wise, suits-wise, you're doing good here. Please tell me I can sweep one of those. Alright, so next time someone goes to that door, we're going to just try and time it. And see if while the door's down, it's enough to accept a sweep tile. Because that might be enough that if we could just get just a little down. Otherwise, I've got to, like, expand it out more. Oh, I thought you were coming up here. Come on. Stop teasing me. I have someone here prioritized for digging, right? Yeah, so building, and if you're not going to build, dig. You're going to dig all this down here that I've left forever, aren't you? We're gonna collect lead. Nope, too much liquid. Alright, next up. We're gonna just make it way bigger. Okay. They're collecting all the oxalite. What do we got now? Sure. Let's check duplicate skills. Yeah, you're set. Harold's in good shape. We can go ahead. Oh, actually, do I have a dedicated person here? Would be that? Nope. So you get better at that. You're going to be the person who's going to do astronomy over here. So Steve is the astronomy up there. Gwen is, or sorry, Pi is astronomy down here. Oh, good. And they got the wires here connected, so we can just go. Here, this will work anyways. We can go like that. And just like that, we actually start getting some produce. We can uproot both those. One moment. Sorry about that. I'm just going to deal with your nose. Alright. Okay, so we're going to put another door here to help avoid bleeding off quite as much oxygen. Why can I not build a door there? Oh, I guess because the tiles in the back? You know what? But I don't want to rip out the tiles and expose it to space. It's... Put all these doors on auto. Because when I do that and expose it to space, it's going to start bleeding off the air relatively quick. Now that they aren't bleeding off a lot of air as is. Alright. Still good on natural gas. Like, natural gas is, like, overtaking the base. We're still so good on it. Let's leave all that running for as long as we want. Oh, good. So we got our first tile down for the polluted water. It's continuing to go down. You've got an egg there. You're a little glum because of temperature. It is what it is. I can't really do much about it. Alright. You are almost a legit vacuum. Alright, there's the next area. Okay, so with this, deconstruct all of these tiles. Then hopefully then I'll be able to start sweeping this. Because I need by the time I have someone ready to research this. Prioritizes unidentified meteors that come within range of previously revealed location. Will interrupt the duplicate working and revealing new star map location. Gotcha. Come on, please. No. Alright, well, at least with that, I have a solution to this. And that is, I can put you here. It's not going to be worthwhile. Look. You're so close to being able to be picked up. Like, part of me is hoping I can just, like, one little speck of regolith to just start steaming it. Deliberately gonna dump some ridiculously hot regolith in it to boil that water. That's not ridiculously hot, that's regular hot. We'll get there. Okay. Yay, we got our first baby slickster. And none of them are ever happy with, like, or unhappy with overcrowding or anything like that. So that's a plus. Oh, you have a new tile here, don't you? Playing about power use, that's fine. Alright, so this is starting to being ready for use here. So plan for this is pretty straightforward. I'm going to start with this. We will want... I don't have the materials to do this the way I need to. Alright, that's a curiosity. Okay. So... Well, I don't have refined metal. Because the plan was to use this, to try and, you know, cycle the temperature around. And I can still use a little bit, but it's not going to be able to dump its heat anywhere, really. Not consistently or reliably. It still might make sense to use it. To have, like, the air intake go through here and then push it back out. If the temperature's too hot in here. Which it's almost on that edge again. That might be what we do. Let's get our vents. Do this. You have an air pipe here. So what we could do is I can't put a sensor for temperature. Yeah, alright, one moment. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so we got all our doors here. I do want to put a second airlock. So I was thinking about is if I could put a temperature sensor here to like open and close the valve. If it's getting too warm, we pump it through here. This would build up a little heat. And we could use that as like a temporary thing. And once it starts to get to the point where I'm worried about its heat, then we'll figure it out. I could also literally just was gonna put like an automated switch and just have the gas go through this thing. And then just, if I needed to cool down, I hit the switch and do it. But I need refined metal for that, and we are just fresh out. So that is a no-go there. Not that I'm urgently in need of it, because like I said, I could just building our plate to dump some heat. Which actually looks like we did that. And it did lower the temperature, but then it just immediately recovered. So we can just go ahead and do this. Template. Ice. 1, 2, 3. Because that should drop the temperature a good deal. Alright, how are you doing? You're doing pretty good over here. We're getting to the point the carbon dioxide starting, or sorry, the natural gas starting to get sneak past over here. Which isn't super helpful because I'm just not using it nearly fast enough for it to matter. But that might be okay. Because what I could potentially do is we have this ridiculous power cable here. I could potentially set up another cooling circuit over here. Honestly, actually. What's your wiring? I don't really have a good way of getting the power through there, do I? Oh, this room is getting actually cold. Huh. You're not shut down from air pressure. What changed that this whole space is getting cold? Like, this getting cold I get. But the fact that it's reaching out over here that everything else is getting cold. Okay, so you're starting to say cramped. I'm assuming the eggs count towards it? Is it really only 3? Yeah, eggs count? Okay. So we'll keep it at 5. And I assume they'll bring them out here and then they'll dump over here, because I made it so this will take any amount, any age group. Oh, here. Get rid of you. Leave that alone. That's all fine there. And you've got this going on, so go ahead and get rid of the next 4. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Alright. It won't be too much longer till I will be able to get my people up to being an astronomer here. Actually, check the 2 colonies. Yes, we're weighing a Pi and Steve. Or I guess it's P and Steve. Alright, with that, if you delete that one, you'll let down some like really, really hot regolith. And we're just going to try and sweep that up while there's steam and all that there, then we will mine it down. Okay. I don't understand how more water exists now. Okay. We're getting close to that thing being able to see. It's actually not complaining about line of sight now. Which is weird, because it should be. They realize you probably just don't want to do it, but it's far easier to just let it fall into the base at this point. I know. I just don't want to open this up and do a whole big thing. Why is my nose being such a pain all of a sudden? Right, there's more regolith. Alright. Well, you're overheating, so that's not good. Lock that door open. Please deal with this. Alright, stop repairing it. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but you're literally going to be there for all eternity. Where's Ren? Because that big stack there should be able to boil a bunch of this off. Because the idea is boiling it off, if we get some of that to go up here and over there and like other places, that should deplete the total volume here. And hopefully we'll make it so I could just go like this and sweep across. Because I only need one tile to be sweepable, even for just a second. Because the moment they do that, the rest will like run in. Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. And that should be fine. Why aren't you mining it? Here. Mine it. Alright, that's more of it gone. Okay, sure. Okay. I really wish you'd stop running back and forth and just do it. Look, fine. We're doing it this way. I didn't want to do it that way, but we're doing it this way. That's the way you want it. That's where you're gonna get it. I just want it swept. Oh, hey, I don't want that actually to be that high. Because once I go and mop that up, then we mine the next block of regolith to drop this down. And it should, you know, help evaporate a little bit more. Ah, why is my nose being a pain? Alright, I'm gonna deal with this real fast. I'll be right back. Alright, that'll be great for people who tune into the recording later, but I mean, nothing I could do about it. Alright. So I'll give them a chance to catch up with all that. Looks like your egg is going fine. That's continuing to go down, so we like that. Like, so much of this is just kind of waiting for things to proceed. Get this going on here. Okay, we cooled off the water here a couple more degrees. Which is good, because those blocks are still fine. They're getting a little bit of heat from these lights. What I'm doing for the moment is I'm just bringing the ice and just chucking it in here. Just grabbing this, grabbing some ice, and just going, hey, make this cooler. I mean, I got a big heap of it right here. All right. All right. Guess I'll have to do this again. Alright, so let's try going and dealing with that. So, yeah, all this is cool enough now, it's not going to boil anymore. So my hope is by the fact that I got to manage to sweep up, you know, not a huge amount of water, but a bit from all of it, that'll help. If that doesn't work, I might just like knock out this tile, let it run down in the base, and just deal with it. Because it's now destroying our suits and all that because it's so incredibly hot. I don't understand why they're not going anywhere. I mean, are you doing a bunch of work down here I'm just not seeing? So you've mined all that out. Ah, you're mining all this out. You know what? Forget about this for a minute. I appreciate the thought, but you've been putting it off forever, so it's time to not worry about that anymore. Please. Please. Come on. Deconstruct that tile. And reconstruct that tile. Alright, that's enough. Because once I'm able to mop any of it, I can mop, like, I can just keep mopping that place, it'll keep filling and sorting it out. Ah, my nose. Why? It's okay, I'll probably wrap up here in just a little bit. But thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the Bithos, those, and the raids. It all helps, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and I hope you've been enjoying Oxygen Not Included. Originally the plan was to play some Oxygen Not Included, then switch over to Raft, where we got a run going on. But we had a pretty big raid towards the end, so I was like, yeah, let's just put up for a vote. All right. There we go. Now I can go here, close that door, let them sweep that up, and then we can auto repair this once it's swept up. Alright, you're still doing your thing. We've got our 2 tamed volcanoes over here. This one we're working on getting set up. It's just taking its sweet time. Which will be fine. We'll get that going over there. Garzar was like, I swear I just looked at the time. It was 1. Now it's 3. Yep. That is how it works. Alright, that's fine. That'll get sorted out. Alright. So we need to get those out of here and put over there. We do have them set to auto wrangle. Oh, here. Put that really high. That way they keep producing more faster and faster. Alright. Let's also try and get that water out of here before all that heat becomes a problem. And now we're basically just waiting for Steve and I to get their levels up high enough that they can start doing this. And then we're waiting for just like a bunch of stuff like pumping all that water out in the other location. We're waiting for these guys, the slicksters, to keep pulling that, you know, more and more of the carbon dioxide out of here, so the pressure starts going down more and more. Like, it's doing good as far as this end. Like, you can see the natural gas level just slowly coming down. Versus this side, it hasn't moved a whole lot. The downside is we are going through that too fast. Man, I don't think we're good for another one. But I guess we're gonna try. Let's see. Stations. No. Utilities. Oil well. Drop you here. Plumbing. Do this. Bring it over. Power. Big fat heavy cable. It doesn't really matter. Bring it over. Automation. Bring it over. Because we're getting to the point. Why are you not running? Oh, well, you don't have power now. That's the problem you have. Oh no. You ran out of petroleum again. Alright. Okay, so let's go here real fast and get that sorted. By separating out the networks, give me one moment. Alright, sorry about that. So let's see. So I need to turn that on, get the wheel going, get the petroleum starting to pump. Then we can turn all this back on, which unfortunately it appears... Oh, that's what's happened. The petroleum ran up because we physically ran out of oil in our reservoir. I've got a sensor here to make sure I don't pull ethanol and that kind of stuff in. And the oil level dropped low enough that it tripped as if we couldn't do it. Well, that's not what you want. Alright, so this should start helping cool this area off. Right now it's too hot. But when I start taking that suit and cooling it off, it'll help fix it up. We'll see. It might be a problem where it's just overheating. If it is, I'll just have to figure out a way to cool that down next. I'd much rather you get this up and running. Alright, the fluid water reservoir is fine. Because right now, almost the entire base is shut down while we wait for that. Alright, so you are taking a little bit of overheat damage. Why are you still getting hotter? We'll stop repairing those, and we'll just let it, you know, hopefully get that heat down. Like, I understand there's not much for it to bleed that heat off into. Because we're keeping these rooms both as basically as close to vacuum as we can, that we have metal doors here. That's coming out... Right, the carbon dioxide's coming out extremely hot, so now that this is warmed up, like, this would have maybe gotten us there to begin with. That's okay. When this liquefies, it'll drop a little bit down, it'll cool it off, we can just make that happen. Shouldn't be too much water if it does that. Just annoying to deal with all that. Alright, quit popping on and off again. It's on vacuum, so it's power, so it's generating heat. It's gonna take it's gonna keep getting hotter. That's interesting, because it didn't run into that problem with a lot of these things that I've got going on. Because like this has been in a vacuum, and it's never really had heat problems. The problem is it's already too hot because of the regolith sitting in that water and making the water boiling hot that got it that hot. And the temperature is coming down now. It's just taking a while. I just need to let them to cycle through there a bunch of times to get that temperature down, then I can worry about it. Because they're introducing new oxygen to it. It's not happening right now because of the damage. Alright, what have you got for me? Ooh, we got a pip. Alright. Pip, buddy. I have a mission for you, friend. Go forth. Get the seeds. Plant the seeds. Maybe you should make a tile underneath that's non-insulated so you could drain it a bit of heat down the base. That's definitely one thing I could do. So I believe the pip can get... Yeah, pip should be able to get over here. I still got the doors open and all that. It'll probably take the scenic route around. Actually, here. Just to help the pip out. If I do that... Yeah, then the pip should be able to, like, literally follow the wall the whole way down into here. Because this is where I was keeping the pips before. That's the reason I had all these arbor trees. It's a park. I had the locker here as putting all the seeds in. That way the pips could go in, you like, open up the seeds and, like, plant them in the sand wherever we could get them. Let's check on our skill points. Nothing new there. Yeah, now it's a vacuum, so it's not going to get colder. That's fine. That will sort itself out. It's not a priority till his telescope is ready to be used. But you need to wait for them to gain more skills to use it. It was going to need a while to grow up anyways. Yep. Why aren't they running in the generators now? They were. Check our priorities. So you have Steve as the highest thing of operating. Get us up here. Not operating. Are we getting to the point that the spacesuits are getting worn out? That's fair. Alright, so let's go down here. So enable the building. So we have automation wired up. But I don't see any options for the automation here at all. Okay. Disabled by automation. Alright, well, if it's going to be that way, we'll just go automation, grab you, disassemble it, run in the wheel, send the suits over. Because then the wrecked suits show up here, we clean them up over there, then we load them in this. That's why I'm going to send these suits over real fast. Why is it not going? Why are you not going? I'm guessing the way this works is the automation is going the other way. So get rid of those. When you're activated, take apart the automation, then try running in it. There we go. So the automation doesn't go from it this way, it goes the other way. Alright, Max, you're done. And then they'll get the suits over on this end, they'll go grab them from up here, and they'll bring them where they're needed. Alright. And that's why there weren't enough people going down here, is there just not enough suits for them to run down. Only one is going down at a time. Alright. Well, rather than let myself get caught up in this where I'll just, you know, one more cycle into tomorrow. I mean, even though today is... We have already passed midnight, so it is tomorrow. Which is fine. I normally stream till 4 a.m. What I'm going to do is I am probably going to wrap up here in a moment. And so what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm going to pause the game. And I'm going to end my recording.